On behalf of the Nashik project, I welcome you all on the day two of the symposium.
आवाज आ रहा है पण त्यांचं कॅमेरा केले युट्यूबचं व्हिडिओ ओके युट्यूब चालू केलं हा आता झालं दिले ना सर 15 सेकंद ओके
A very good afternoon to everyone present here. On behalf of the Nasik project, I welcome you all for the day two of the symposium to further explore the conversations on small cities. What a city means to us was explored through the first session conducted by Shriyam. After an elaborate discussion on history, archaeology, records and heritage with Pushkar, Sonar and Bobby, we certainly dwell around the ideas of memory and remembrance. As Gulzar fondly puts up together, in his crafted words, तस्वीरें लेना भी जरूरी है जिंदगी में, आईने गुजरा हुआ वक्त नहीं बताया करते. In my city, every corner has a story to tell and every street holds a piece of my heart. नदी आणि मानवी संबंध यांचा उत्तम गुंफण बांधणारा गोदावरी चित्रपट गेल्या वर्षी प्रदर्शित झाला आणि या शहराकडे बघण्याचा एक अनोखा दृष्टिकोन प्रेक्षकांना मिळाला. To seek yet another dimension of small cities, our first session this afternoon will deliberate on city as an entity. And our speakers of this session are Percy Pithawala and Praveen Bavadekar. I take this opportunity to introduce Professor Percy Pithawala. He is an architect and an artist with over 30 years in academia and profession. He is a gold medalist from MS University, Baroda, after which he subsequently pursued a master's in urban design from Pratt Institute, New York, with excellence honors. He has held several leadership positions in academics over the years in his capacity as a professor and head at Institute of Environmental Design at Vallabh Vidyanagar. Thereafter, as a team member, he founded the School of Environmental Design and Architecture at Navratna University. He founded the Red Studio in Baroda in 2018 with an objective to further discourse in design, education, academia and practice. He has served as a juror for several prestigious design competition juries abroad, including more recent international Treziny Design Award at St. Petersburg, Russia. Along with his team, he has been awarded top honors at several prestigious international design competitions, including the Guggenheim Reimagined at New York, Redesigning Spire of Notre Dame, Paris, Pendering Memorial, Design Innovation Center, Oslo, etc. Professor Pithawala is an avid artist and he strongly believes in the interdisciplinary approach, making the architecture and design. Percy's presentation, titled Competitions as Critical Practice, will focus on the role of academic exercises and competitions in shaping the minds of young architecture students as well as the built landscape in Vadodara. Over to you, Professor.
Hello, good. Yeah, is it okay? Yeah. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here today, presenting to you all. I'll be presenting work related to some of the design competitions that we have taken part in over the last 8 years, along with students of Navratna University and elsewhere. I will also be sharing some of the initiatives that we have undertaken through the Red Studio, which are to do with academic endeavors and furthering our outreach. So I'm based in Baroda, so I will try to link up somewhat with the city and the context of this. So we start with the presentation. Second. Yeah, competition is a very critical part of our practice. it's a small practice.
Recording in progress.
Next. Okay, so the first competition we took up in Navratna along with a group of students. The reason why we do it with students is that it's a great idea to do competitions with them, with the point that we do it very democratically. We involve them totally into the competition, and they are free to bounce back different ideas within that time span that we are working together on it. It breaks the monotony of their regular studios, as well as once in a while when we win the competitions, then it becomes a big source of encouragement for them, which in a way brings up the level of the institution, because they get exposure at an international stage level, along with the other participants who have participated in those competitions. So the first competition was the Guggenheim Repository. The site was the Guggenheim Museum, which was built by Frank Lloyd Wright in New York, Manhattan. The idea was to reimagine Guggenheim. If Frank Lloyd Wright were alive, how would he have rebuilt and reimagined this particular project in today's context, the map of Manhattan? We started doing our research. For us, we had the background of an actual building, which is an icon for New York and the rest of the world, done by a very prominent architect, and trying to reimagine the site and reimagining a new museum in its place was itself a challenge. So we started looking for clues, and what inspired us was the ramp which goes in the Guggenheim inside, which acts as an ambulatory all the way up, and the way the people negotiate their journey through the spaces within. So with that in mind, we started our concepts. Manhattan being a very dense surrounding and a dense city with all skyscrapers, the intention was not to build another skyscrapers, but to rather go into the earth. And so we decided to make our building subterranean, as well as it serves as a repository for great works of art which are stored in the Guggenheim. So that being the concept, and the concept of a spiral, which is the ramp of the existing, that is something we took as an inspiration. It's almost like a spring, and then we try and extend it all the way into the ground. And these are some of the concept sketches for all these competitions. I've tried to put process sketches, because that we feel is very important, through which the exchange of ideas can occur. And these are the different level plans, the brief and the program. And that is one of our main concepts, is to dig a cavity or a void within the surface of the earth and go all the way down about 30 stories deep into the ground. There would be questions about how it would work. We have tried to address them as much as we can, because these are design ideas competitions, and it is more to do with fertile imaginations and speculation at times. So we feel that all of these things which would be imagined would be made workable over a period of time. These are the different layers in which we started imagining: layer of program, layer of articulation through the spaces, layer of circulation, layer of connections, layer of visual and physical linkages. And then we start putting the masses in the program, the permanent galleries being on the top and the temporary galleries being at the bottom. The whole idea to take the building down below into the surface, into the innards of the earth. One of the reasons was that we wanted to make it almost like a non-building. The plaza, which will happen on the ground, will become a very thriving public space because of the density of Manhattan. We expect that it will be very widely used. So all you see on the top is a dome, as you are seeing, and the rest of the building is all subterranean. This is a cross section which is cut through it. Another thing that we do through this competition, and which becomes a learning for the students, I'll be talking more about academics, because that is what is more of my passion, and that is where I make the difference. So one of the ideas is that we find new ways of representation. In this case, when the building was all subterranean, how do we represent it? So we came up with this whole notion of a cross-sectional concept wherein we can see the building going down, cut into cross sections. So different ways of representation, trying to accommodate all of that within an A1 format, trying to get your idea through and very effectively when there are so many entries in these competitions, and trying to convey the key or the core idea, it becomes very, very important. And that is something which our students of today also should learn. It's not a matter of filling up the whole of the notice board with different sketches, but trying to extract what is most important and what makes sense. So this is what the plaza would be, with a domed surface on top of it. And this is the cavity which is in the earth. It was also inspired by a lot of science fiction images, and we are more into futuristic designs without any inhibitions. I would like to put it very blandly that we like to imagine what the buildings of the future would be, and this is an area or a domain that we are very interested in exploring. So this is the innards of the earth. As you go down and descend into the almost all the 30-40 stories below, you will see the earth. At some point of time, it gets also connected with one of the subways in New York, which passes at a subterranean level. So we are even thinking about this kind of connections at the same time, at an idea level, of course. And we even made models. Now, different ways of making model is something which is also explored, because we wanted to make a cross-sectional model. And so we decided to make this kind of like a CAT scan machine. It will have this different plans at different levels. And when you get it all together, at regular intervals, you almost get your model. So some of the 3D renderings and the model would overlap with each other. Because of the response of the students to this competition, and there were more students and there was a limited number of students that we were allowed to participate with, we decided to send one more entry for this competition, for which the first one we got the top prize, and for the second one we got the honorable mention. So we sent in a next entry, which is the new entry, in which we try to think on a very diametrically opposite kind of a way. Why not we build a skyscraper, and we'll build a skyscraper which is green in nature. And we wanted to imagine almost a very biomorphic kind of a skyscraper, taking some kind of clues from the idea of Peter Cook from the 60s and all. We imagined the building which would rise up like that, right on the edge of central wall. It will become a skyscraper which is green. It has its bubbles which are within it of pneumatic structures. These are the sketches. And we would relegate all the services on the backside. These are the different floor plans. The floor plans would get connected with each other. Each of them would get covered with a pneumatic structure. There would be a way to go from one bubble into another, almost like a gallery space. And all of that, we always make sure that all our projects have a very conceptual strategy for making the structure, which is very, very important to us. And that is what you see, that it's a scaffold. It's an entire grid-like scaffold, and within that, the pneumatic structures are supported. That's the other sheet for that. I will quickly go through it because I came to know that the presentation is going to be only for half an hour. I might have more slides, so I will just run through them. Anyway, there are a lot of visuals. At times when you need some explanation, clarification, we will have a discussion. It may be coming up at that point of time. Another competition we participated in was Rethinking Notre Dame, which was to reimagine the spire of Notre Dame after it was burned down. It was an icon for the city when you were talking about the memory of the city, and the icon, which is the Notre Dame, is very much imbibed within the memory of the people of the world, and of course for the city itself of Paris. And when you lose an icon like that, how do you reimagine that icon with something that we started working towards? This is where this is the Notre Dame itself. And then we imagine the spire in this kind of a formation. It's of the original height, but we felt that it could be made of new materials. It need not necessarily be repetition of the same spire, but in a sense, it will give an idea of the spire the way it is. And we were inspired by ideas of the architect Su Fujimoto, who kind of pixelates the grid, and that is the silhouette that we'll be seeing on the skyline of Paris, of the, we called it the phoenix rises, almost like a phoenix which rises from the ashes. This tower rises above the ground again, and that is what it's all about. So this was the overall sheet. And there is we determined some kind of a way of climbing up that entire tower. We instead of a tower, more like on the skyline of Paris, this is the tower where people will be allowed to climb up onto it and should be able to get vistas of Paris around. So it also becomes a very interesting, a new monument for the city is something that we imagine, and it would eventually get all covered with green. And that is what it would look like on the skyline of Paris. And that is the top area, and the nave, and there's a roof which covers it. And that part also we were asked to redesign, wherein the museum would happen. In the center would be a void through which you can see the apse and the aisles of the church itself. Another very relevant competition that we took part in was the pandemic memorial, and we are all very, very conversant with the pandemic and the havoc that it caused in our lives. And it is very important that it be remembered in the minds of the people. And that seemed like a very challenging way. So in order to build a memorial, what could we take as an inspiration? Well, for us, the inspiration was we took a very metaphorical kind of significance, and we looked at the craters which are caused. The craters are caused when a meteorite hits the earth and it leaves a wound on the surface of the earth. So in a way, the pandemic left a wound in all of us, and that wound and the metaphor of the wound is something that we wanted to repeat through the there are ideas of abstraction that we are very interested in. Ideas of abstraction come up in all of our competitions, and it starts with a sketch, the meteorite hurling towards the ground, the crater which lives behind, the cross. The cross is again a symbol of the crucifix, and the cross is embedded within the site in this kind of a manner. There are long tubes which are very dark through which you pass through this tunnel, because it was a dark phase during the pandemic with the cure not in sight, and it was a very dark phase that we went around with, and that is what we wanted to metaphorically represent, and that is what comes about through our sketches, through our drawings. We received an honorary mention from almost about 500 odd entries. In this case, the concept is very simple and clear. Another thing that the students learn from this competition is to have a clarity, not to confuse things with too much of involvement of other unnecessary clutter of ideas. To take up one idea and stay true to it is something that we try to achieve. That kind of a clarity is something which is very important to us. The scale of this is, of course, very huge, again, because of the very feeling that the people do get a feeling that they're getting lost in the space. And that creates a kind of disorientation, almost in the same way that the pandemic caused in our lives. So these are different entries for the competition. I would not go into details of us. This is another fashion institute that we participated in, a fashion school in Milan, Italy. And those are sketches. In fashion, it's all to do with anthropomorphy. And so there are sketches related with that. And that is our final scheme coming together. We take an inspiration from a work of Anton Gromley, who is an artist. Incidentally, I'm very interested in art. Baroda having a famous art school, there is a great chance for our students to have an interdisciplinary kind of associations with other schools of art and design. Being in Baroda as a small city, that is very much possible. And it leads to a lot of fertile imaginations as such. And so this is what the school is about, the 3D renderings for that on the skyline of, it was near Lake Como, near Milan. We are very interested in the notion of adaptive reuse. So we got a project to work on it, and we called it Curiosity Constructs. This was in Italy, a town of Labenum, an abandoned factory, which was a ceramic factory, which had been abandoned, and this is the state of it, in which we try to imagine spaces for children. That is what the brief given to us was. So all the reds that you see are the new structures, which are suspended with their own independent structure, other than the existing structure, which is already there of the factory. And in this case, in this competition was a more detailed competition where more drawings and more details were required to be submitted. And it was, in fact, a very playful, childlike kind of spaces that were imagined within the space of the factory premise, and which was meant to rejuvenate the space as well as rejuvenate the minds of the children and the concepts of space making from a very early stage in their lives. So this is to do with adaptive reuse. Kind of, these are different views from inside. Again, this was done with the students of Navrachna. Navrachna, incidentally, was a school that we founded, and with Gurdev Singh, Professor Gurdev Singh and myself were involved very much in the initial years. The nature of the school was that we gave a lot of importance of the process rather than the final product. So it was a process-based school, and the students were exposed to different thought processes of abstraction, of diagramming, of modules, which were very innovatively designed. And in a way, students were exposed to these different thought processes. And eventually, when students come into the fourth and final year, they would become confident enough to take a stand on their project and choose a process of their liking. So that is how that school differed from the other schools, and that's something we were able to almost put it on a national level within a very few years of span of time. So these and what happens is, usually whenever we do these competitions, or whenever I have a strong body of work with these competitions and some of my own work, professional work, then we usually have exhibitions from time to time. These are generally done with an intention that more so for academics and the student bodies. The reason is that you like to have a dialogue, and it is a platform where critical reasoning can be debated, and we combine it with presentations also at that point of time, wherein it becomes a very thriving space where there is great exchange of ideas which happen around that time. This was the most recent competition for reimagination of the silos and rehabilitation of the silos in Buenos Aires. And this is the way the existing condition was. This is the different sketches that we came up with. That is what we tell students, that every little piece of sketch is so important because it gives us an insight into what they are thinking about. So rather than finally finished drawings or the last finished drawings of just some 3D rendered views, we are more interested in the journey of the student. And that is what we felt was most important. And that is something which we try to imbibe with our students. In this case also, it's an insertion within the old. So we had to understand the structure which was existing firstly, and then introduce the red structure, which was introduced within it. And then you will be able to see it clearly in terms of this axonometric, where on the top, the elliptical disc is a huge promenade, which is almost like a forest at a level of almost 30-35 stories. There are two levels of this forest that we try to introduce on top of this skyscraper, and then all of that interspersed within the existing silos. So the other idea is that the competitions can kind of open up our mind. Sometimes our studios can get very restrictive in an academic framework, and it is important that the students be allowed to think aloud and think out of the box. And that is somewhere where these competitions do their job. So that's a library in the park, where we imagined the library structure as a series of pods which are raised above the ground. The reason is very contextual. And the reason is that because there were trees around, we didn't want to eliminate any of the trees. And that's why it touched the ground very lightly, all of these spots, which are further connected together. And then these are the different, again, the competition entries which were displayed in an exhibition. This is the second part. We have done many, but I think we can stop the competition part at this point of time and get into the aspect of research and education, which is something where I have remained deeply invested in throughout all these years. And this is the Red Studio that we have in Baroda. It was made more as a space for interactions, like the way you have your Nasik collective. The idea was on a small scale to have like-minded artists, photographers, multimedia practitioners, a lot of and people who are working with small-scale installations, and of course architects and people from all diverse range of creative fields. The idea was to have a space for them where there would be a library, there would be a working space, there would be a space where we would have lectures and seminars, and also workshops related with art and architecture and other modules, which could be connected also online through different institutes as an outreach. And that is the space which doubles up as an exhibition space at the same time. As you can see, there is a system of sliding shutters and sliding folding, which kind of segregate the more domestic areas from the workshops and exhibition areas. And the entire space almost works like a gallery. And then we are also planning to have an artist residency shortly, which will be coming up. Again, as an extension, because it's a small place and because there are fewer institutes, and I get a chance to associate with a whole lot of institutes, and at a time when sometimes a student has an out-of-the-box idea where I'm able to do justice, I get involved with it and help them with the projects. And there were two projects which were very close to my heart. One was the rejuvenation of the mines. There was a project for the Kolar gold fields. A student by the name of Shalini Polra. About 2 years back, she won the best thesis prize in the Council of Architecture design thesis competitions at a national level. And I'd like to show her project. So for me, working on a student thesis, either working on a competition, either working on my research, it's all an extension of the same research, which kind of intertwines together and makes sense, you know. So it's an endeavor which keeps on, which I keep following, and the journey continues in a way. So this is her project. These are the existing buildings on the site, the polar minefields. And she had made a center which was a center for ecological conservation. Her approach was more trying to heal the earth and to bring back the biodiversity and let the nature take over a site which has been ravaged because of greed and manipulated through times, you know. So, and there was another project right in Mr. Narendra Modi's hometown, which is Vadnagar, which is undergoing a lot of excavations. We are all aware about the rich history of Vadnagar, and there was a proposal for an archaeological museum, which was actually a government proposal, and a student decided to take it up. Ravi went almost to the national level in Council of Architecture Design competition as a thesis entry. This was his proposal. As an extension of art and architecture, I guide a lot of people for research thesis and directed research proposals at CEPT. Also, for us, Ahmedabad is very close to Baroda being a smaller city, of course, but then it gives us a diverse range of experience teaching students elsewhere at CEPT, and it's almost a link cities, two link cities together in a way. So these were projects at Navratna where we encourage research as well as project thesis. This is a research thesis, and then this is also a research thesis. And it's on the Adda culture the student was doing work on, and he was trying to document the coffee house in Calcutta, which is a place which is thriving place for discussions and debates, and so he investigated that. also the Ghats of Banaras. He was trying to look at informal places where people would gather either for a tea, and he is trying to say that it's very much a part of our culture, this kind of an interaction which happens informally in all of these places, whether it's the flower markets. So a diverse range of theses which had to do with diagramming, and very interested in the process of drawing. With that in mind, we recently concluded a lecture series on drawing making, where we invited practitioners who are deeply invested into the process of drawing making through different techniques and different materials. And we had a whole series of online lectures just two months back down the line, which will be documented and published shortly. And so with that in mind, we also encourage students to take up drawing as an activity, and especially hand drawings, very much encouraged, though it's not that we discourage computer. And then when the online sessions were going on, these are the kind of discussions that we used to have. Omya, who got an award for a best thesis at CEPT, and this is Kyati's thesis. I will quickly go through it. But the very act of drawing making is so significant, and it is getting lost. It is something which probably with the leisure and the time and the environment that we have in smaller cities, it's much easier for us to invest our time in this kind of activities as such. The lost art, I would say, and which is something we try to bring back, Again, these are the different studios that we took over at Navratna. Again, adaptive reuse, something to do with the city. As Yakin mentions, we took over a record room, which is for essentially storage of documents from the Maharaja Sayajirao time in Baroda, a building which is almost about 150 years old. The record room racks, the racks were imported from England, and then they were assembled onto the site over here, and then it was all enclosed within an envelope of the building once they were set up. So that is what the building is like that. We do take up adaptive reuse projects and reintroduce them in our studios as a way of making our students aware about our rich cultural legacy and the need to preserve it. And that is something. So the racks are there. There are two buildings that we undertook, and that's a system of racks, the second sketch that you see on the right-hand side. And the rack is an entire system. It's a system which is interdependent on each other. The floor, the racks, which are vertical, as well as the ceiling. It's an entire cage-like system which is introduced. Now, within a system which is so dense, how do we intervene within that is something that student was trying through his proposal. And that's a proposal which came to the end. So and then we're very interested in foundation level teaching, wherein we are interested that basic design to architects should be taught in a slightly different way if we introduce them to concepts of space making right from a very early, rather than pattern making. We should develop the skills, but at the same time, that is the time when notions of space should come in. And so we have devised some very specific exercises for them, which we do it from time to time in different institutions and of course in Baroda. And this is something which could at one point of time come over as a book for foundation level teaching. And these are exercises which are thoroughly thought of, very simple, but with specific objectives and desired learning outcomes. Yeah, these are, and very much interested in hand drawings, and that is something we deeply encourage as a process. We have exhibitions on that from time to time. And then these are very interested in the notion of art, and because of my background with Zaha Hadid, the very way that she used to make her hand-drawn drawings, that's something which left a very lasting impression in my mind. And that is where I decided that to work in a multidisciplinary kind of an approach whereby to combine art and architecture. So these exercises are almost, they take the painting as a matrix, and then from that, you extrude it in 3 dimensions, and you come up with building landscapes and built environments. That is something as a part of workshops in the Red Studio. The way history of architecture is taught also is very, very innovative, whereby students learn through model making the entire process. And this is an exhibition which was done during the COVID times at the gallery in Sept, the Lilavati Gallery. And we imagined the space for each and every painting, each and every drawing, where it would be placed, because it was online and a 3D walkthrough had to be made. We devised that. And this was one of our major exhibitions in about just before COVID, which was in the Space Gallery in Baroda, wherein it was an exhibition of drawings and something to do with my research and background, together with interspersed with some of the student work, together interspersed with some of the competition designs. And because for me, the student work and my work almost intertwines together, and it's almost seen as an extension of that, with an installation that we erected in the center and explaining the different projects. So the whole notion of these exhibitions, it becomes a thriving ground for discussions and debates and bouncing off new ideas. And that's a very fertile environment to discuss things in. This was and then the last one, which I would end with, is the exhibition that we did at Arthashila in Ahmedabad. This was done in last September. And this is it's intertwining some of the competition projects and some of the drawings that I did for it, as well as one of the drawings I did impromptu on the site, which is also kept over there. The model for the Guggenheim, the sketchbooks and the diaries were also exhibited together with it in order to show my journey and the student journeys. Some of the student directed research proposals were also put in, because they were almost extension of some of my work that I do. And we did a live drawing session on the site itself, at the center itself, at the Shila, and where we took a Russian constructivist painting by L. Lisztsky and transformed it and tried to analyze it and transformed it into a 3-dimensional space. There is a small video of the drawing making with which I would like to end. Thank you. I think that is, I hope I was able to complete it within the time which was offered. Hello?
Amazing graphics and visuals as well. I would request the audience to pen down and count their questions as we plan the discussion session after our second speaker. Our second speaker is Praveen Bavadekar. He chose to return to his roots after completing his undergraduate studies from Bangalore University and his postgraduate studies from Architectural Association London Design Research Lab. Hailing from the city of Belgavi in Karnataka, Praveen is the great-grandson of the freedom fighter Gandharrao Deshpande, also known as the Lion of Karnataka. Belgavi, which is where Praveen lives and works, is a city of contrast, being neither a small town nor a mega city. Fully belonging to no one language or community, and it is situated neither along the coast nor truly in the Deccan Plateau, but straddling the blur between the two. This in-betweenness has also come to define Praveen's architecture, where the works of his office, Third Space Architecture Studio, explores the interstices between binaries such as landscapes and architecture, object and ground, rural and urban, furniture and architecture, old and new, to name a few. The name Third Space referred to this in-betweenness that exists in the work of the studio as well as the geography it operates in. Praveen's passion for engagement with the built space of the city has also led him to help establish a design-based real estate company that is successfully synthesizing a new way for doing speculative architecture. Besides architecture, he is a prolific writer and also dabbles in agriculture. Praveen's presentation titles Placing Practice, Shaping Space will delve into intimate relationship between a city and its built form. Over to you, Praveen.
Hello. Hi. I'm just starting the video too. And hello, everyone. Thank you. Thank you for having me here. And I will just share my screen and then we can start. Okay, so hello everyone, and my presentation is about placing practice and shaping space. The category which we are talking about is the city as an entity. And when I looked at entity as what it means to be an entity, it means something that exists separately from other things and has its own identity. So that's very much true of cities, but then it's also true of cities that cities are not essentially entities which are separate from the world, but they are some things which are deeply connected with the rest of the world. So I'll go a little bit into that. And then also one of the things which I took about in this presentation was to introspect and to look at how I have chosen to choose the city where we have established our practice and what are the factors which drove us towards this kind of a practice. So one of the things which I would like to touch upon is a density as a necessary condition. So for any good city or a great city to come into being, density becomes a very necessary condition of its being. So in this, I would like, there's something which I had read way back when I was in college, when I was doing my BH. And this is about, please excuse me for a minute. So this is about, in the new landscape, like Korea talks about how, for example, a town of 1,000 people, there'll be only about 1 or 2 or 3, maybe, they may be poets, they may be the fringe, there may be artists who may be there and they may not even be meeting one another. So when the city starts becoming bigger and bigger, when it becomes say 25,000, so when it becomes say 100,000, then people actually say 2 artists meet and something starts happening. There's some kind of a synthesis which is happening there. So similarly, when you go bigger and bigger, like say to the city of a size of say Paris or say London. So why so many art movements, so many philosophies or etc. are born in kind of such kind of cities is because it gives you that kind of density for you to meet people of your, or like your tribe for that matter. So this is something which is very necessary of cities, and this is something which usually is missing in smaller cities compared to say the bigger cities of our times. And so you would see like any rich city, it also produces this kind of a literature. It always has this, it becomes a background, maybe even the main protagonist in many stories which may be different from one another. Like it's not just one narrative which you can say about that one particular city. And it can exist in several ways. It can exist, say, across times. And sometimes it's also the fictitious, like, so for example, Sherlock Holmes, like, that also becomes something which becomes so real in these kind of cities. The cities give you that kind of a background to do that. And these are, of course, the plaques, the blue plaques, which are very famous in London, which are put outside the houses where famous people used to live, or who have kind of lived at one point or the other. And so that's one part of the city as a density. Then the second is about the city as a part of a network, that the city can never exist in isolation. It's always a part of a larger network. And so what we look at here is, for example, if you look at something like Muziris, which used to be, which was a kind of a port city, which used to be in Kerala, somewhere in Kerala. And then for the longest time, it used to be the center of trade, but then slowly it just fell out when these trade networks, etc., moved. And then you just have these backwaters now, where once one of the biggest ports of India used to be. So that's how cities, like come and go in cycles. So what is needed for that, for a city to survive, is this multiplicity. These are two photos. One on the left is the wall, the last remaining fragments of a wall which was built by the Romans in London in say 200 BC. And then on the right, it's London, or the city of London as it is now. So you see a kind of a continuous kind of occupation of a city and its importance in the last 2000 years, and it going through various changes from colonialism to say the Roman conquest to now, and the post-industrial, post-Fordist economy. And the city just thrives through each of these kind of phases, and that's what a great city is all about. And so one of the things which I looked at is like, why are we practicing where we are practicing? And I thought, like, as something about dealing about like small cities, and since I'm asked to talk here in this forum, let me see, like, why did I choose to work where I did? And one of the things which one of the theses which I have is, like, the cities also define architects as much as architects define cities. That we find that a architect who may be having their office in one place gets defined by that place, and his or her architecture is then also, that whole over is somewhere, it is influenced by where they are. And most of the times architects also make this choice very elaborately. Like, for example, with if we have to talk about Rem Koolhaas and the office which he established, which was OMA. So he had this dilemma that he wrote this book about the New World and about New York in particular, Delirious New York. And then he found Europe itself to be very conservationist at that time. And he found that it was a very restrictive kind of an environment in which Europe was. And so when he did choose a city for his practice, it was Rotterdam, which was the photo in the middle is Rotterdam just after the World War II, and which was nearly leveled by the World War II bombings. And so what he thought is, here there exists some kind of a tabula rasa which can exist in Europe to that extent. And so that is what he chose as his place of work. And that has defined his own thinking of what architecture is and what a city should be. So similarly, if you think about like big architects, which they were established in Copenhagen, which was actually like one of the farthest away from the contemporary architecture which was happening in those times, which was somewhere around London and say the Netherlands. And so that was also a very conscious decision, that you establish an office somewhere in Copenhagen, and then you introduce ideas of the world there, and then use that as a kind of a playground, and then you can take these ideas and then transport them back into the rest of the world. So that again is a kind of a conscious choice. And there is, of course, like we could say that like Charles Correa's decision to base his practice in Mumbai greatly influenced what his practice was about, and also his own writings. And similarly with Doshi, for that matter, that like his choice of a city, like what city he chose, and then he chose to even transform that city. But his initial choice of using, locating himself in Ahmedabad was to a large extent responsible for what Doshi ultimately became also. And so when it comes to our own practice, I mean, when I looked at my own practice and how we established a practice, we are right now a studio which is based in Belgaum, which is somewhere between Karnataka and Maharashtra. It lies on the border. And so we have the studio here, and then we have also now a new studio which we have in Pune, which is more of an outpost. And so one of the things which was one of the operative, you could say one of the operative reasons for having the studio here was the roots. So like sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name. This is a very famous song, which is from serial, which used to come in the 80s, called Cheers. And so you had this kind of the title song there, wherein that there was just a pub where everyone used to come and meet. And so you knew everyone there, and it was your familiar place to be. So sometimes you need to go back to a city, even say after working in Mumbai, working in Bangalore, studying in the US, and my partner, she's studied in the US, and then coming back to India, then you sometimes go to your most familiar place, and this was it. And then this was also a place, as has been told about me in my biography also, which was quite an extensive biography at the beginning of the lecture, that this is where our family has its roots, where my great-grandfather, who used to be a freedom fighter, and he was closely associated both with Gandhi and with Tilak. And he used this as this Belgaum as a kind of a laboratory, wherein he developed an entire kind of a nationalist project over there, using our village, using the spaces of Belgaum, the political environment in Belgaum. So on the left here above, you see this the first pandal, Ganpati Pandal, which was inaugurated by Lokmanya Tilak in 1906, and the first pandal ever in Pune was 1905. So he was responsible for getting Tilak to Belgaum to inaugurate this pandal and create this whole Ganpati festival there. In the middle, you see the launch of the Home Rule movement in 1916 in Belgaum. So that also happened in Belgaum, where Annie Besant was there and Tilak was there. And on the right, you see the 1924 Congress, which again happened in Belgaum, and which was the only time when Mahatma Gandhi was the president. So one of the things was that, like, how he could transform this very small, sleepy town and make it as a center of nationalism in India, wherein all important people could come and important events could take place, is something which he did himself. And of course, his band of followers, his friends, and also a whole kind of a organization which he built over there. So this is also what I mean by roots. Is on the left you see Gandhiji crossing a stream very close to the farms where we had, like, these lands belong to this Gangadhara, wherein he had established a ashram, which was like which was modeled as a Gandhian ashram. And then on the right you see a photo of that same stream right now, like, which I took just the other day. So I have done a small farmhouse there now, where this ashram and these areas used to be. And so it feels nice to be connected to at least 100, 200 years of history. And that also was one of the reasons why we chose to locate our practice in Belgaum. The second is identity. So one of the things which I had read long ago, again when I was, I think, in my bachelor's, was this article wherein it argued that Corbusier's very important buildings, like the chapel or like the monastery, were not by themselves, projects which were of that scale. They were not like star projects or something. It's his way of handling the project which transformed even small rural projects into something which is celebrated even after, say, 50, 60 years, 70 years or something. So that's the nature of design, that you could take a project anywhere in the world, and then through your design itself, you could give it that kind of a importance, or you could create a critical narrative around it. So we never thought that, like, being in Belgaum is going to be something which should limit us in any way. And growth. So when we look at India, we have all these big cities, which are like this 5, 6 bigger cities, which you have, and then the smaller cities, the state capitals, etc. And if you see architectural colleges also and architectural seats, then you see a concentration of that around, say, Mumbai, Pune, Delhi, Bangalore, Chennai, etc. And then you have very little kind of architectural colleges or architectural institutions being present in the whole hinterland which exists in India. So everything starts getting concentrated around these bigger cities. And so the whole urban narrative also is built like that. And even if you see the practicing architects, so that also tends to be coagulating towards these bigger cities. And so at the same time, you have this hinterland, you have like these other urban agglomerations, Belgaum included, but also Nasik, say Hubli, and other such places like Kolhapur, and so many towns all across North India, South India, etc., wherein they actually comprise about 70% of the urban population as we know it. But then they don't figure in any kind of a discourse about urbanity, about cities, about architecture also. Not to that extent. At least this is a wonderful forum which is actually doing that. And so we thought like we should be kind of doing something there. And the city itself, Belgaum, it lies on this kind of an important road which goes from Mumbai to Bangalore. And so it is a part of this network. As I told you, like networks become very important to why a town has to exist where and what is its importance. And then it lies at this cusp wherein you go to Sawantwadi or Goa, you go to Pune, you go to Bangalore, and you lie at this cusp of these important trade routes. And you have always, that's why the city has always existed for the last like nearly 1800 years. And then what started as a small fort then starts growing like with a suburb just next to the fort, then another suburb, and then finally a cantonment which comes in after the British took over in somewhere in the 1800s. And then you have more than let's say the addition of a railway line, the addition of a kind of a vaccine depot, which was a very important institute at that time in Belgaum's growth, and then other suburbs, and then finally you get the city as now. And that's where we have many of our projects also going on. So the name of also like Third Space is this, we give, that name is not of the studio itself, but of our space in which we operate. So it is like when I came back from London and I had this whole notions about like, and our whole thinking was entirely about like being in a post-Fordist world, a post-modernist world, etc. And then in India, you find that you can be pre-industrial, industrial, and post-industrial within like 500 meters. You can be hyper-rural and you can also be hyper-urban. So it is not as black and white as the West would like to look at the world. And so this also becomes an important part of what we thought we are working in. And even, of course, Belgaum itself, which is like neither in the Western Ghats nor it is in the rain shadow plateau. It's neither small nor big. And that becomes one of our driving factors about what our projects are. And we would like to compare it to, say, how, for example, in Hinduism, you have this notion of what it means to be an interstice. So what is an interstice? So generally, you have these notions that things are not black and white, but they can be in shades of gray. And so that becomes a very important part of our architectural ethos. With that, like I would like to just go through some of the work which we have been doing. And one is this, which is my own home where me and Namrata, we now live. And it's something where Namrata being my partner. And so this is something where I have been born in this house. It was built by my father, and then it has gone through continuous transformations over the last 50 years. So it started as a small house built by a young couple, and then they had a kid, and then they added a first floor or somewhere in the 80s, and then they had a hostel. At one point, my mom ran a kind of a students' hostel there. Then I started an office somewhere. Then Namrata came and added some other parts to the office. Then we added a terrace. So this house is continuously, it has gone through change in 50 years. It's not a static space. And that is a space also wherein we live, play, and work. So this is where we have our studio. This is where we have our home. There's something on the top which we use for various things, from working to even entertaining and even having workshops, etc. This is the home itself. It is a 50-year-old house which has now been transformed through certain additions and deletions. These are some of the elements in the home we have kept intact, like the staircase, which has always existed where it did, but then we have opened up other places to it. And then there's a studio at the back. So, and then what we have done is we have also activated all the margins which are all around the space. So we have not, in some ways, there is no back to this house. Even the back side becomes a front yard for the office. And even the side margins get activated. This is the studio itself. So even the side margins get activated with a kind of a walkway to the studio, and then a small courtyard, a tree here. There's a mural which goes all across the length of this wall, which was done by Namrata and some of the architects from our studio, which is actually a kind of a kaleidoscope of all the work, or some of the work which we have done over the years. And there are other things like heirlooms, which are then inserted into this home, and they get new meanings. Like this used to be my great-grandfather's horse cart. So that becomes a kind of food cart for a small cafe, which we have around the ground floor. And these are some images of the studio. And then there's a terrace on top, which is used for various functions, from workshops to movie screenings to even barbecues. And that also, we have a library on the top with another bullock cart, which comes from our forefathers. And then that has been converted into a kind of a library pod, wherein you can sit with a book and you can like people and just read. So these are things where, like this becomes one complex space wherein each space gets defined in some ways, and they all get interlinked, and where work, play, everything gets enmeshed into one kind of a lifestyle. And similarly, there are like other two projects which I would like to show you, which also deal with this interstices which exists between the old and the new. This one, again, one of the things which I would like to talk about is the kind of projects we get as we are working in smaller towns. We get very different projects compared to, say, the projects which happen in bigger cities. And so there were this 10 individuals in 1916. Around 1916, they started this small school. And that has now, by 2016, it had become one big behemoth, which has about 250 colleges, and it's called KLE. And they also have like 2 medical universities. They have technological universities. And we had to do a museum which celebrated the contribution of these 10 people, visionaries from 100 years back, and the whole growth of this institution. And so we had to do this museum to celebrate the centenary. And what we were given as a site is a small colonial era house, which used to be actually the house of the principal of that college when it started. And what we requested is that we would not have the we would not restrict the program only to the house, but then we will get the program out into the landscape, and the landscape will become a part of this museum. And and we chose to leave the building, the old structure as it was, with minimum changes, like the change what was done, maybe this kind of a clear story, small roof which we added on top. But most of it was just a restoration. And then after that, we drew out the whole program into the landscape, so that you entered from the street, and then you were ushered in into this small kind of an entrance area, and then you're taken through this kind of a colonnade, which had these 10 people's bus and their contributions. And then you went into the museum, and then you exited out, and then you could go out again. And through this walk, you had this walk wherein you had where the people who had come out of this institution, like alumni or teachers, and if they have achieved something, their achievements would be then put here. So that it became a kind of a walk of fame of sorts. So it became one entire loop as you went in the museum and came out of it. And so this is where you enter. And you have this walk here, which celebrates this 10 people. And then the whole institution is based around the philosophy of Lord Basaveshwara, who was a 12th century reformer. And so we chose to have his statue here under an existing tree, and then this walk is designed around it. So we took all the existing trees and also put them in a way we incorporated them in our program. And then this is where you enter. Whereas the exterior shell was kept the same, the interiors we took away many of these walls and allowed one space to be formed around inside, which would be a one continuous space. And so you entered here, even the walls were taken, the walls which are retained, the ones in the center were taken down so that you could see the roof in its entirety as you entered in. And then you could also go on top. It created a mezzanine, a space for a mezzanine. And so you went to a mezzanine, you again had artifacts and say records from those times. So here, and this is the space itself from the other side, like as you go around it. So there is a certain way in which you're supposed to move in the space, and these forms also allude to that. And this is where you exit out, and then you get out of the museum. This water body also has been is a kind of a performative device. So you do not enter the museum directly, but you have to go through this walk in order to enter here. So these are like small strategies which we kept playing around with, which actually created this entire kind of an experience of what this museum was about. This is another view of this museum in the evening. And so this is on one of the main roads of the city in Belgaum. And so this has also become a kind of a public space wherein they now have small performances here. And this is exactly what we intended also. We didn't want that museum to just be one this. So the other thing is about, the other project is about this space called the Hover Space, which is just if the museum is over here, then there was this old existing, for the same institute, we had this old existing head office which they had, and they wanted to add 1 or 2 floors to that. So here what we chose to do is they just wanted an addition of that, but at the same time they didn't want to destroy that old building, because they had some kind of an association with that, like emotional association with that building, even though the building was not all that it was not some heritage building or something like that. It was just a building built somewhere in the 70s. And so what we chose to do here, sorry about that, what we chose to do here is add a building on the top which floated over this existing building on 8 columns, so that these columns are carefully placed where you wouldn't disturb the foundations of the existing building, but then you could float a 10,000 square feet space on top, which just floated over, and it's just connected very barely with that building which is at the bottom. So what you have is this existing building at the bottom, and then you have this hovering building on top, which is like an L-shaped mass, and then it hangs free over here over the ground. This is it as it's seen from the road. And so this was the building which used to be there. And our initial brief was just to expand this or extrude this in 2 floors up. And so there was this kind of an entrance to this whole institution also, which was happening here. And so what we had proposed is a building which also creates this entrance for the whole 100-acre site. This was the process of building it. What we essentially had is 2 trusses on either side, which are on 4 columns on either side. And then what you get is a space without any columns inside. And this is the building as it exists now. So it had to respond to various things, including a ground here and a road here and the existing, of course, campus. It created this interesting terrace, like this terrace, which used to be just a service area, now becomes a terrace, which is partially covered. And you have this very interesting interplay of heights, the way the terrace is connected, the way the first floor gets connected to the upper floors, etc. This is a lift which is connecting the whole thing on one side. The other side, there's a L-shaped element which comes around and collects it. So these spaces, which are hitherto very vestigial spaces, then become very important. They become spaces which can actually be inhabited. This is a building from the campus. What we have done is we have this truss on the inside, and then we have a 1.5 meter corridor over here. And that also becomes a kind of a climatic device. I'll move a little faster now. And so the truss also becomes a kind of a sculptural element which separates the inside and the outside. And these are the office spaces inside. So this is how the building sits in the landscape. It also becomes a very important place in this whole road. So the other thing is on another scale, like we are mentoring a real estate firm, which is actually doing projects in Bangalore and even in Belgaum. So in that, we are actually looking at doing a new age real estate firm, which is actually responding to what is needed design-wise in the market. So when we had to do a suburban housing in Belgaum, so we looked at what suburban housing generally is, and you have this repetition of housing happens. A builder builds the same house again and again and again, and then you sell it to various people, and then people just buy it, and they just live in these spaces which are nearly self-similar to one another. So we looked at like another way of doing this, that there is this way of like having endless repetition, and then there's this endless variation which happens in Indian suburbs, where everyone just building whatever they want without like there being no coherence with one another. So we thought of looking at the in-between which can exist between these two. And just like if you had like this Fordist notion and you had this assembly line wherein everything needed to be self-similar, nowadays you don't have that. You can customize your own cars as well. So why can't it exist with housing? And that's what we looked at here in this project, wherein we had to do 33 villas. And so just like you have different lifestyles and different sizes of family, different tastes, so you could then mix and match and do your own house. And what essentially was done here is we looked at the house as being composed of floors and then also composed of 3 elements, like the front, the middle, and the rear, the A, B, C. And then you could choose what you could combine, like which type of A you could combine, which type of B, etc. So essentially, this is one of the earlier kind of experiments we did, wherein we could combine this. A house owner would take this and they could actually design their own homes and see what is compatible, what is not. And then we could build it for them according to what they wanted, but it had the same structural logic. It had certain things which are carried over across the project. So another thing which happens is the architect doesn't become a person who is designing each and every house, but the architect is a person who designs the system. And that system comes into place. It's almost like every seed can grow into a different kind of a tree, depending on some context and depending on various parameters. So here, different parameters will start defining that. So with this, for example, we also developed this app because, of course, that whole catalog was cumbersome. So you could have an app wherein you chose right from the parking till the second floor level. You chose what you wanted, and that would also generate, for example, a plan, but it will also show you what is compatible, what is not compatible with, say, the first floor, ground floor, etc., depending on staircase, etc. It will also give you a kind of indication of Vastu, like whether something is according to Vastu or not, because that we found is something which people are always looking at. So we thought we'll just incorporate that. We'll incorporate like what areas they're getting, what costs they're getting, etc. So this became a way of customizing, mass customizing across. Yeah, so I'll be going very quickly. So this is how we get different elevations also. And this is actually the buildings being built right now. And these are these buildings out here. I'll take another 5 or 10 minutes and I'm done. So this is one of the clubhouses for that building itself. So in this project here, this was about Gangubai Hangal Gurukul, wherein here we are looked at how this was a Hindustani classical kind of a Gurukul, which they wanted, but they didn't want it like a college. So we looked at how there are 2 identities. One is the college wherein things are spatially separate, like the gurus stay separately, the Shishya stays separately, etc. And there's the other thing is the Gurukul where everything gets enmeshed. So we looked at a kind of a facility where you could read it as a Gurukul in one way, and you could read it as a modern kind of an institution in another way. So it was like almost a fabric which could be read in 2 different ways. So this is how you could read it as a kind of a modern facility. And then this is how you could read it as a Gurukul. We use these walls as a technique to have one Gurukul from the other. These are some of the images of the Gurukul itself when it was done. So this is in Hubli, a place close by to Belgaum. And the last project I'll show you is the figured ground, wherein this is a sports center which we finished recently. When again there was this in-betweenness between what we wanted from the campus is something where the campus would continue over the building. This was a sports center, but from the city itself, this would be a kind of a very distinct building. So these were the brief itself. What we had was something which would unite the building or make it disappear from the campus, but then at the same time it would become a very important part in the city where this was located. So the way we did it is, of course, we put the building into the ground and we use the contours which are existing in order to create plazas and dissolve the building as a kind of a ground, which is then gets manipulated with all the spaces moving underneath it. So at the most lowest level, you have, say, the squash courts and some gyms. Then you have the main courts. Then you start having these plazas which start developing around it. And these are the sections. This is the building as it's seen from the top. It almost disappears in the ground towards the sides. It's only this part which is seen. This is it being seen from the road. And this is it being seen from the campus. So there are 2 different readings of the same project. These are some of the plazas which are created around the building, which extend the building out. This is it from the road. And this is it from the southwestern corner. Again, these entrance plazas become important public devices, spaces which are interstitial spaces which get created underneath it. These are entrances to the facility. And the facility itself, which is completely in contrast with what's happening outside. And this is the main hall, which is in the center. So that's it. This is all I had for you guys today. And thanks a lot.
Presentation session.
I'll stop sharing.
To continue this dialogue, now I invite our moderators for the session, Architect Rahul Dabir and Architect Pooja Khairnar.
You have any questions?
Yeah. So yeah, am I audible? Okay. So the first question I would like to not a question, but something that I would like to ask to uh, Percy sir. It is about because you are into the academics for so long and you are doing so many experiments and the academic excellence that you are doing with the students. Something that we are also in the teaching and from being in a small city and having a less institute in our in our city itself, we always has this uh, idea that how will we incorporate something in students curriculum, in the education curriculum, that will make students sensitive about the development of the city, because when they pass out, somebody might start with their own practices in the smaller cities where they belongs to, and many of them might go for the masters, or after coming that they wanted to do that. So what is that uh, maybe inference that as an academician we should look while giving an education in architecture, that indirectly making students sensitive and responsible for the development of the city?
Yeah. I'm not aware whether most of the students you all have in colleges in Nasik are from Nasik itself or from the region around, probably. It must be. But yeah. Are the students predominantly from Nasik itself or from around?
Mostly, and then around from the
Yeah.
smaller cities around.
So I would say there's no set remedy for this, but I think what one could do is to frame design problems which makes them look at their cities with a much more concentrated way. And I think that can be initiated right from the initial, maybe the second year onwards, wherein small problems such as looking at the context of the city and probably looking at a smaller area, and then slowly it may get to larger areas of the cities when they get into urban, and maybe encouraging them to look at cultural heritage, maybe encouraging them to look at possibilities of adaptive reuse as one of the ways, making them look at how the city grew in terms of layers and where it is headed to, and what would be the direction that they would, within that context, propose. So, and then even eventually proposals at the thesis level also could make a difference. So I think in small ways, making them aware about their context through smaller exercises, and progressively get them more and more involved once they get into it right from an early, maybe second year onwards, and then it can continue right up to the thesis and urban and all of those things. So I think then it would be a job of a teacher to somehow encourage that, and the institution, which actually makes a lot of sense, because one of the ways of having an institute within such a rich cultural legacy of Nasik would be to use the resources constructively in order to get things documented, And then, of course, we also have the trophies which are there for Council of Architecture, the Louis Kahn and all that, which would be, again, an interesting way of getting certain things documented, for the city itself, which could eventually become the raw data for an adaptive reuse project for another studio. So in a way, I think the teachers have to come together, or the school and the different resources have to come together in order to make maximum use of, to build upon the knowledge base that you have, and over a period of time, construct, have a very constructive kind of a database through which new students can build upon and new teachers can keep adding on to it. So that would be one of the ways, I would say, of doing that. Yeah.
Okay.
So like that, we tried in our own ways through adaptive reuse studios and stuff like that, wherein they get a little more involved and they actually see certain successful projects within the city or other case studies, and they get interested in them, So yeah, and then when they see something right in front of them every day, but they are oblivious to it, but giving them as a project, they would learn to analyze it carefully under the guidance of good teacher and get it, had developed better understandings. Yeah, so I think it needs to come from an institutional level. There's a lot of scope for that to happen, especially with the city of Nasik and having the resources readily available. Yeah.
Right. Yes. Rahul sir.
Praveen sir,
Yeah.
I have a question. We covered in your the presentation the daily rates and the Rotterdam, the choice of Rotterdam as a city, and then the Copenhagen, and the legacy of your family. I have a very interesting thing to note that Nasik and Belgaum are very commonalities. There are many commonalities in Nasik. Both are the northmost cities of their political states. Both are equally distant from the Sahyadris and the Western Ghats. Both are having a very interesting happiness index in terms of the farm and the animal husbandry and the dairy, and very happy city. But the thing is, like what I see is, I see it as a post-timber plats project, where the cities were torn, then stitched again through a unification. But Belgaum is a very interesting case where it is not only linguistically but politically also questioned or was divided, and it has a great dilemma in terms of the linguistic groups. Your grandfather have enjoyed a legacy of the freedom movement and the kind of social mind that Belgaum had, and the kind of social mind that you get in a city like Belgaum, and what kind of impact it has on a economy and obviously on the build form. And a small extension to my question is, when a Vidhan Sauda, Suvarna Vidhan Sauda, without any mutation, was inserted into a place like Belgaum, what kind of a build or what kind of impact it would have created in the minds of the Belgaum or the build form of the Belgaum?
So, I mean, one of the things which I mean, of course, I'm not been to Nasik much, so but then if I compare at least Belgaum to two other cities which are like 100 kilometers apart from that, like on one side we have got Hubli, where we have done the sports center, etc., and then the other that's on the Karnataka side, and then it's on the other side it's Kolhapur. So both are equidistant from Belgaum. And what I find interesting about Belgaum, like since also since you're growing up years or something, is how cosmopolitan it is, because it generally what happens is with the small towns tend to get identified with a particular culture and a particular language. And so they tend to be monocultural to that extent. And that's one of the interesting things about Belgaum, which happened is that it could not identify itself with any one single language or one single culture. And so it always has this mishmash of cultures. And that to a general extent, that's something which is possible in bigger cities and not in smaller cities. And somehow Belgaum cracked that code, like without maybe without even that intention of doing, because it was very much a Marathi city before independence. It was complete. It was in the Bombay Presidency. It had a predominantly Marathi population, etc. And somehow it was put in Karnataka, and there's many reasons to that. But then that has also made the city much more richer, I would think. When it comes to the second thing, which is what it does is also like all these smaller cities, like including Nasik, they have this amazing spirit of entrepreneurship which exists there. That is actually what also drives the whole economy of that place. Like whether it's like small industrialists who are maybe producing in Nasik or producing in Belgaum, but they're actually exporting all around the world, including Europe and maybe even to the US, etc. Say automotive parts in Belgaum, or you have wine in Nasik for that matter. And so there is a kind of a, even if people are kind of being there local, they're somehow globally connected to the economy around the world, and that somehow feeds back into what they are building out here also. So I would think from that point of view, the economic situation of smaller towns actually helps to create that kind, because there's all this small entrepreneurship, whether they're doctors building hospitals or whether they're people putting restaurants or things like that, which happen in smaller towns, which have that bandwidth. When it comes to, of course, Vidhan Soudha, yeah, it is a kind of an alien object which has been placed, and it's actually when you see it with the plan of Belgaum also, it's quite outside the city limits. It's completely on the highway, and in the last 6-7 years, it has not been able to mold any kind of a. Generally, if you put such a large object, somewhere out, then you'll have at least the city will somehow grow around it or something. So though it is seen like, of course, for most folks who are not really kind of into architecture or anything like that, it's a kind of a moment of pride also to have something like this iconic kind of a building out there in the city or something. So I wouldn't want to pass any judgment on that as to its aesthetic values or whether it is alien, whether it's not alien. But it has not been able to transform the city at all, in spite of being such a kind of a massive kind of a project out there. It still is kind of isolated on the highway somewhere outside the city limits.
Yep. Praveen sir, I also wanted to have your elaborative thought about, because you mentioned in your presentation that people has city has defines architect, and architects also defines the city. So there is this process of two-way which happens in the city. And I think when we talk about an Ahmedabad, the decision that Doshi chose Ahmedabad to settle down, having this millionaires who decided to develop the millionaires building, the CEPT campus, the IIM, and asking so many people to come to the city. So what do you think that are these bigger decision, or the visionaries who has made certain important decisions in the city, and that because of all these institutes, or the architecture or the important decision happened in that city. Before that, Ahmedabad would have been a very different, but after that it has an impact all over the city. And you can see the awareness in the common people. So whatever smaller or bigger is coming in the city has certain sense of sensitive architecture that is happening in the city. So do you think every city has this chance, uh, or is it because of these visionaries that cities are made, or there are smaller insertions are also does it take a longer for certain cities? Why such cities developed in a certain way, the way Ahmedabad has developed? So what is your take about it? Because Nasik is on in the verge of the things that there are certain decisions would have actually changed the city. So what is your thought about it?
I think those are actually very charmed times, like maybe in the 50s and all that, where actually people were into nation building, and you had people who wanted to like, there was this whole idea about modernity also at that time. And so it was a much more innocent world that sense that like this kind of disillusionment which postmodernity brought was not there. And then so you had, of course, these people in Ahmedabad who actually drove, because Ahmedabad was the one among so many cities. There was Pune also, there were so many other cities, but then Ahmedabad took that kind of a mantle to actually, after Chandigarh, it was actually the most the city which embraced modernism to that extent. So that was, and it's all hats off to these maybe families or people who did that. And I don't think we live in those times any longer, because most of the building stock which we are seeing all around us is being built by developers, and with far more myopic vision than what is required for such kind of transformations to happen. So I'm not hopeful actually for that. And so those were times which are gone, and I think Doshi and, say, to a certain extent, Korea and people like Kanmin, they made the best of it. Even Habib Rahman or something, they actually gave us an architecture for the nation in some way or the other, and those tropes have remained with us. Like even now, we kind of revisit some of those tropes when we are designing our own campuses, when we are designing institutions or something. We are looking at these institutions to establish like where we are in that kind of a journey, right? So that was a very important time in India, and we should be very thankful that those people were there to steward it during those times. Now, if it's up to
Right.
us, then we are also dealing with a lot of developers, and that's a very different ballgame.
Yeah, right.
I had a question for Professor Pithawala. If I was very intrigued by your diagrams, of course, and you mentioned that you worked with Zaha Hadid for some time, right? Like
Yeah,
yeah.
for a short
So,
period,
but
about a
I
year.
mean, I think you must have worked in those times when she was still producing those.
She was doing
like
the
the
hand
like the
drawings.
Hong Kong
Yes,
and or
absolutely.
the, and those are very strong. Like she believed in this constructivist project,
Construction.
the 1900s, 1920s
Yes,
constructivist project
Russian
of the
avant-garde.
Russians.
Yeah,
Yeah, and she thought that it was something which was incomplete, or which was a manifesto which was not completely explored. And I see actually a carry forward of that, because afterwards, of course, Zaha Hadid also became fully digital, and when with it has gone in a completely different manner.
yeah.
But I see in your drawings and the drawings you're getting your students to produce a certain kind of a like an arc which is being drawn right from the Russian constructivists to Zaha Hadid, to your own kind of now explorations.
Yes.
So when you're dealing with, do you get your students to understand that there's this kind of a whole history which is behind what is happening, what they're doing?
Oh, yes. Is your question complete, or you want to?
Yeah. I mean, I just want to know, like,
Yeah.
do
But
students realize that they,
we do take them through that. And that has been one of my mainstays, whereby, of course, being with her inspired me that there is a connection between art and architecture in some ways. And looking at her constructivist inspirations and Malevik's work and some of their her final year project where she did a bridge, a habitable bridge, and a lot of other projects. And as you mentioned, I was lucky to be there at a time when it was her most fertile period, when she was just about, trying to get things built, the Vitra. And those were those long calligraphic drawings, and they were so inspiring. But and the second part of the question, so yes, that influence did get carried with me subconsciously. And then through visits to the museum and all, I mean, most of my learning is self-taught through the museums and being there, and then doing some research further on. But the second part of your question was whether we take students through all of these. We do take students through the whole process. We do take students through the whole process of art, get them acquainted with the constructivist movement and the period, the context of it. And then And we do tell students that not only in reference to Zaha's work, but even the way we teach history is that if you want to predict the future, then it is always history that you look at as a rich resource, and then probably you try to reinterpret it, or you try to, take that as a point of departure to come up with something. So that has always been a rich resource. So even the way we teach history, and a part of an elective that I take, which is to do with art and architecture, and also to do with a workshop that we take on art and architecture, where I took learnings from Zaha a little bit further on, whereby we actually took constructivist paintings, put them plonk onto A3, and then we tried to extrude and build on it. So one would say that it's a very literal exercise. There are criticisms for it. But on the other hand, it's a very interesting way of opening up the mind. So some of them would become volumes, some of them would become walls, some of them would become landscape elements. So this is how, and it is endless. So I did try to take this further in my own way, whereby we took constructive painting, constructivist, because they had all these elements within them. So they were much easier to work on, and take them further. So through this electives, through these workshops, which we try and integrate at the second, third year level, the students are very prepared by the time they come to third, fourth year, and some of them who want to pursue this further do take it up as their directed research proposal. Like I had a boy accept last semester for a directed research project. He took up, he says that there is the third dimension, fourth dimension. There's also a fifth dimension in constructivism, whereby Russia was sending satellites to space around that time. And then there was this whole notion of flight and flying to different places, the whole notion of speed and movement and going to an alien land and all of those things. So there was something to do with cosmic imaginations, and he was trying to locate it within Zahadid's work. And that also became, so a lot of times some of my own fascinations come out through the student works, and then it's more like a collaborative project. That's the way I see it. And it's an ongoing kind of a fascination, which I say is not taken literally, but more as a point of departure. It may be that because when I do my projects, then I'm sorry, I may be deviating, but when I do whatever little small projects that I do, it's like a whole Pictionary of these paintings that I have at the back of my mind, constructivist. And then looking at the site, the context and all that, somehow a diagram or an image comes to mind, and then I start appropriating it together with the context and the program and the other layers which come in. And then it may be that by the time I'm finished with it and the project has come through, the beginning part, which was actually a constructivist painting, may go into oblivion and may not even remain. So I take it more as a kickstarting a process. I take it more as a way of that rather than a literal translation. So that's a very nice question. I think that's something which is something I do, and some of the students who do get interested, I believe in academia. Of course, they would be doing real projects. So I kind of try to open them up and take them into this, open their minds and give them this, that sky is the limit and you could do almost everything. Like for the Guggenheim proposal, there will always be questions that why do we take a building almost 30 stories down below? But I believe, and then there was also a question about how would we dig such a deep hole into the earth? I mean, it's all possible with the mining equipments that we could carry this out. And there would be systems and ways to, ventilate now that we are into which would help us ventilate this kind of very deep subterranean structures. So things that Peter Cook imagined in the 60s and 50s are very much become a reality in a way. So I think in academia, one also needs that little bit of, from the real things. Of course, the real things very important, but somewhere where I fit in and where I try to do my bit is where, I give them that kind of a leeway in order to find their own trajectories and do things. So yeah, a good question. I'm glad you asked.
I mean, it's something like what you said about your own projects. Like you start with the concept of painting and then you take it somewhere else. It's like I used to read a lot of Deleuze, and then he talks about something called deterritorialization, wherein you just leave that behind and then again you re-territorialize. Again, you kind of come back and then you see. So that's a kind of it's very good that what you're doing with the students. I mean, I hope they're understanding what they're doing because it's amazing to be taught that way. I wish we all were taught that way,
Yeah,
but that
it all goes back to my own study years at undergraduate level, and that's what left me feeling very inadequate, and that is what probably brought me back into teaching in order to make whatever difference I could, with and give them that exposure. So students who go for their masters and all feel prepared, they feel very confident once they go there. I mean, because a lot of them get lost at master's level when they go for master's education, whereby it's not like our way of, you literally take appointments from teachers and then they help you, and most of the time you have to drive the project yourself. So the idea is to make them confident, make them take a stand. It's not that they did some kind of thing with me for one semester. Maybe that's what they follow all the time. But they must be, as a student, open to different exposures, not only of one kind and different way. I'm sorry.
Sure.
This session, since we have a scheduled session coming. Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you very much, Praveen. Thank you, Pooja.
Thank you, Praveen. Thank you, Pooja. Our Ruturaj is here.
Shift करे.
As an extension to the theme of practicing in small cities, as an extension to the theme of practicing in small cities, we have Ruturaj Parikh as our speaker today. He is a founder and director of Matter, an interdisciplinary architecture, design and curatorial practice. Ruturaj started his career with Intact as the consultant for Jaisalmer project. He was the editor at Indian Architecture and Builder magazine from 2010 and 2014. Was instrumental in repositioning the magazine to represent the architecture of the Indian subcontinent. From 2014 till 16, Ruturaj served as a director for Charles Collier Foundation, where he led architecture, urban design, planning, social projects along with the public forum initiatives. In 2014, he established Matter, a firm with design and editorial verticals in partnership with Mansi Hattangadi. His Goa-based practice works on the architecture and urban design projects, research initiatives, and curatorial projects. Since establishment, Matter has designed and executed architecture projects to multiple scales, typologies, and diverse contexts. Matter's work emerges and responds to the incredible potential of India's diverse and plural landscape. The firm was awarded the Lexus Design Award for Architecture in 2020. Ruturaj, the curator and editor of Think Matter, a digital media platform for the contemporary Indian architecture, and Inside, a biennial professional design journal. He leads the Merit List, a peer-reviewed award for projects in India, and Frame, a conclave on architecture. Ruturaj has taught as a visiting lecturer at Krivia, Mumbai, Set and Dabir, Goa College of Architecture. Ruturaj's presentation titled Small Projects will talk about the various aspects of his practice to selected works. There is a small announcement for the Yes, over to you, Ruturaj.
Thank you. Am I audible? Yes, okay. And is my screen visible? Yeah, okay. Thanks. So, thank you very much for the invitation. I, it's very nice also to. I mean, I could be there for some part of the discussion between Percy sir uh, and just to give everybody some context. I was in second year when Percy sir joined our college as uh, academic chair, and eventually went on to become the dean of academics at IED. So I have, of the 5 years that I have of my architecture, I think, barring one semester, we had this wonderful engagement with for all other 7 semesters. And his way of working and his studios, he used to at that time conduct a very popular and notorious um, uh, elective called Architectural Futures, and we were all somehow at some point a part of it. So it is always great to hear him speak about his approach to academics, and he did to a great extent. I mean, we did not have very good faculty, so I guess uh, with Percy sir and one more faculty, I think Sanjay Patil, who used to teach construction. That was our entire education, really. So we are all deeply indebted to him, and in that sense, and we still many times refer back to his way of teaching. Of course, our work has moved in a very different direction, but many times when we do competitions, um, his approach to helps us initiate, a free inquiry in some sense. So yeah, just it's a happy coincidence that I'm presenting right after this conversation. Again, thank you for inviting us, Swapnil, Ajay, Amol, everybody at the Nasik project. I think um, this uh, this was supposed to be an in-person presentation and then it became a hybrid thing. But I hope to do justice. After the invitation, we kind of had a conversation in the office, and we realized that yes, we do a lot of private projects, largely houses, small institutions. But what we want to share today are a set of projects and works that have a public interface and have something to do with a larger this audience, a larger pool of receivers of our work, if I have to say so. So I'll run through the presentation. I'll share some. But today morning we had a brief call with Ajay and Amol, and we discussed a bit about some, about sharing some ideas and anecdotes on how, how we, what are the kind of challenges and what are the kind of conversations that we have with people when we work on this project. So we have modified in the last 2 hours. I have modified this a bit, and then of course then I look forward to the conversation after. So I've intentionally um, titled this small projects. One reason is to borrow from Kevin Lowe's work. In Malaysia, they do this incredibly beautiful urban inserts and of course, private projects, but with great sensitivity. But he calls his practice small projects, not because of the scale of what he's doing, because Kevin is doing much larger projects now, but the firm is still directly small projects. But it is also mm, to imagine the practice as a small project. I think that is from where it comes, and the practice is a way to for an architect if to engage with the world. And we always in our office we come from the view that um, uh, through the practice, of course, we get to build, but a practice has a larger cultural contribution to make. And this is also something that I've um, learned from Dharmesh Jadeja with my work as a trainee architect, and Charles Korea, with whom I had a chance to work for 2 years when I was at the foundation. So um, that, that this view that a practice is not a vehicle merely to build projects, but in fact to create a larger footprint, a larger cultural footprint, and to produce and if you see things with that lens, everything we do has a cultural value. I mean, we hope, and everything that we um, um, all our efforts somehow kind of hinge um, on this idea that we need to create some culture of architecture in India and some culture of architecture in the many contexts in which we work. Yeah, like I said, I studied in this wonderful institution. At that time, it was a small. I was going through the images to find some good photographs, but I realized that now that I look back, it was very difficult to photograph this building. This is our School of Architecture in Vidyanagar, where, like I said, we studied under Percy. We had these two buildings at that time with 4 courtyards and two kind of congregation spaces and all the studios around. None of the studios had any windows, operable windows or doors. It was built very frugally, and it had this amazing sense of the interior, and this is one of those because you spend 5 years, an extended time of your life in a building like this, especially when your mind is very impressionable, and um, it leaves a deep impact on you, I feel, and it has this institution, its environment, of course, the ideas that we discussed there, all that has left a very deep impression on me. The other important aspect of this of IED studying there is because we had a small community, all the reviews and all the juries were open, so anybody could walk in. We used to observe a lot of reviews, and all the reviews would happen in this intermediate space, between the studio, which is on the right screen, and the courtyard, which is on the left. This and the building was designed by Chandrakant Patel. This was established by Chandrakant Patel. So it had that, but it was also designed at a time where institutions did not have much funding. It was very frugally built on a small parcel of land borrowed from the university, and the sense of the diagonal was very strong because that is where you entered the studios, and the studios also had no kind of buffer between them and the outdoors. When there is a review outside, you could hear everything inside. So everything is sort of everything permeates into the other. Yeah, I thought I'll share with these three images of this place because this is very important. And what happened here in these 5 years is I don't often talk about this. Of course, my work and in the early years of my training and eventually at Dharmesh is the studio at that time. Sorry, Bildor at that time. The studio now. Also impacted our work. Of course, Dharmesh's way of looking at what is sustainable architecture and the idea of trading very lightly on the ground still influence our work to a great extent. Of course, the language is very different. The design language there, because it's in the context of Auroville, has this very earthen, very sort of poetic beauty, and even the palette of materials, rammed earth, CSEB blocks, etc. were very, at that time, it was a big experiment to kind of create this idea that you touch the ground very lightly. But this sense of what I draw from Auroville more than aesthetic or the let's say the idea of what its architecture is this idea of community, and that has stayed with me longer. After all these years, when I reflect back, I think that it is one of the nicer communities that and happen to people are generally empathetic. There is a great sense of I mean, with all its problems, it's like being in a very large family. And the one key movement I think in Orwell was this sense of having a practice, but not limiting the impact or the vision of it to the practice. Dharmesh would say that yes, practice is there. I mean, we are getting work, we are building, etc. But what is the point unless you have unless it reaches a very large group of people? So that way, Orwell was also a place where somehow this idea that the work has to have a larger impact or shaped. I worked a few months then with Intac in Jaisalmer and in Ahmedabad at a private architecture studio. But what really excuse me, what really changed my way of looking at things was our time at Indian Architect and Builder. And at that time, IAB was, when we joined IAB, there was a huge editorial staff where editor-in-chief, associate editors, etc. And there was this obsession about international projects, iconic buildings, larger than life ideas. It was also time of the celebrity architect and the prima donna sort of architect. The Pritzker was looked forward to every year as the sole kind of celebratory prize in architecture, and there were all these problems, with it. And we felt in the initial months that we joined IAB that that's not the direction. And very soon, the internet kind of started influencing the way we look at the visual world. So the images and ideas that the journal was at that time platforming no longer required the journal to kind of propagate through. Once the websites, things like Design Boom and Contemporaries, and at that time, a few more, Materia, when they started disseminating images, the deluge of those images was, of course, the what is it called, Art Daily. That the projects that we used to take a month to print used to be inboxed every day to you on email. So the whole idea of what the journal is to do was changing. And very soon, at a very young age, we found one day the entire editorial team at IAB decided to leave, and we found ourselves, both me and Mansi, on the receiving end of the whole transition. And we were young, but we kind of ended up with the journal. And with our limited exposure and knowledge, we decided to change the direction of the journal to focus solely on issues and ideas that are contextual to us. And that was one of the major moves, one of the major difficult, because it was not sellable so easily. We did these two issues then a year apart, called Practices of Consequence. We started documenting at that time, which were considered young offices, something that we are doing almost a decade and a half later now with the Fluxus project, where we are documenting a lot of younger consequential practices. And IAB became that vehicle for us to explore what I mean, I was always convinced that there's nothing like Indian architecture. There is something which we can loosely term as the architecture of India, and we are trying to look for what we mean by this architecture of India. Sometime then we also met North Korea. Of course, I had an incredible fascination with his work since I was a student. The book Housing Urbanization was one of the few books that I had purchased, and it was in my room all the time, as a ready reference. But through the magazine, we had the chance to meet him, and I had the chance to work on one feature with him. At that time, he had completed this incredible building in Lisbon, one of the few Indian architects who have worked abroad. And we spent almost a month and a half working on this one feature. And he was very specific. He said, I will not let you publish this feature unless I approve of what you're writing. He was not worried about whether it is critical or whether my observations are, and I mean, at that time he was 74 or 75 and I was 23. And so there was a huge gap between me and Korea, but he let me do my thing. But he also added these two essays, one which he talks about the snail trail. He wrote as a part of this particular feature, which he talks about this. As the snail moves, it leaves a trail, and the architect does the same. As you progress, as your work starts accumulating, you also start leaving a conceptual thread behind, which is sometimes for you to kind of reflect back and think about, but sometimes it is for the world to figure. There is always a sort of a continuum or an ideological continuum in the work that you do. And that led us to one very important project with Charles Korea. It was at that time he had closed his studio and he had wrapped up, and the RIBA archives had pitched to take over his entire archive and store it at the RIBA. And he had donated everything. Just before he did that, all his drawings and all his important material, letters, etc., were getting digitized. He found a copy of Vistar, this catalog of the 1985 exhibition that he did with Imtiaz Darkar and Uttam Jain and all of it. And this was done because this was an exhibition on the architecture of India that traveled the world. One of the two, the other one was produced by Raj Reval, and that went to France, and this went to a few other places, including the important permanent venue, the Nehru Center in Bombay. And the difference between the two exhibitions is that Korea's exhibition focused on the dominant ideas of the architecture of India, not so much about the documentation, or it didn't celebrate the sort of vernacular or the tradition. It somehow looked for modernity in our context, and these instances of modernity. The presence of a very enigmatic building like the Jantar Mantar in Jaipur, or the impact of Le Corbusier's work in India. And in the process of digitizing this, and he gave us this project too, because we had a press at that time to digitize and reproduce a digital version of this book. And it took us about 4.5 months to remaster everything. We had to. It was letter set and printed that time. The ministry which commissioned this project didn't even exist. So there were no records. So there was, except for one copy or a few copies I had. And then as we were going through this book, page by page, I could read and reread everything that was in. It talked about. They talked about modernity in many different forms, in different eras, from the Art Deco project in Bombay to the incredible Volcon. But the most important part of the book was this projection, a 3-film. I think it is on YouTube. I'll try and find it. Which Imtiaz Darkal also remastered digitally for the archive. But the script of this particular film was authored by Korea, and the script was published as a part of this part. And if you read what he says about what architecture of India is supposed to do, you realize that this that the central themes of his work drew from the power of ideas that were present in our context. No, he was not very compelled with the imagery. I think the imagery for him was secondary. He was very fascinated by the power of ideas, and that's from where the ritualistic pathway, the open skies, etc., comes. In the last few years of our work at IAB, we initiated this project in the spirit of what we saw as Vistar, and we published this set of 5 essays, which dealt with some important ideas that we felt were present in the architecture of India, articulated as water crossing of cultures, the habitat and the settlement, and finally the sense of order, geometry, scale, and architecture. And there was a bit of a gap between our stint at IAB and our eventual move to Goa. And in that 6-7 months that we got, we traveled extensively through India, trying to experience the kind of spaces that, like this, the kind of spaces that we talked about in Ethos. And it took us to this, this is Varanasi, Pushkar, this incredibly powerful centers of India's civilization. And there were certain, a lot of times in our work, still I open the photographs and albums and the drawings, and so a lot of these drawings were made then, which became a part of the Ethos series, the plans and all, to understand how these large urban magical sort of movements were created. And what is the kind of inherent? Is there some sort of an inherent logic, geometry in them? These are some of the spreads from those spaces. As we move to so in the time finally we ended up spending with Korea, when the archive was being put together in one conversation, when he was setting up this foundation, the Charles Korea Foundation in Goa, it was in its very nascent, young. It was just a year since the building was completed, etc. And he was looking for a director, somebody who can take charge at the foundation. And both me and Mansi planned to leave IAB at that time. We were not happy with the way things were going. So he asked us if we want to move to Goa and see if we can do something with the foundation. So we immediately said yes. There was no question. We wrapped up. We had established a small practice in Ahmedabad. We had some staff, a little bit of infrastructure, one office space. Everything was organized, and it took us about 7 days to wrap it all up. Give notices, close everything. We paid everybody in advance for the balance 2 months of salaries, etc. And we decided to move to Goa. And in my initial time at the foundation, I had greater interaction with Korea, and I realized that there are 2 things that he thought we could do with the foundation. The first was to create a sense of community around the foundation, to create a culture of architecture in India, which he thought was missing. And he's right to an extent, because if you look at the way the modernists, the first generation of architects, including Korea, practiced, they were while there was a lot of exchange and a lot of kind of ideological rigor in their practice, there was no osmosis to the generation after them somehow. So we have this missing, almost a missing generation of architects. You know? Of course, there was a lot of gurus and chelas kind of culture then. But somehow, unlike Japan or Spain, where there's a culture around architecture, India in India we did not have strong institutions where these except for SET, I would say, where this culture can be embedded. The older schools were kind of defunct. The ideas they were talking about were outdated, etc. And the other thing that he talked about is this small projects with large impact, what he called demonstration projects. And this is an important idea in our practice still. He said, yes, as a planner, as an architect himself, he could not obviously go out and solve every possible problem there is in the world. He would use the practice to think of ideas much larger. And he talks about it in Place in the Shade and all the books. But through the foundation, he wanted the foundation to take up small projects, identify areas of work where there was a design deficit, where there was nobody thinking about it, and then step in through, of course, use the name and the reputation of the foundation to propagate good ideas, but also the foundation was supposed to set up competitions and encourage younger practices to take up small projects which have public interface, public impact. The Anganwadis was one such project. We realized that in Goa, the condition of these Anganwadis, where a lot of these young kids, 2 to 6 years go, are pathetic, and then one of he had a fantastic IAS officer at that time in charge of the department. And through the foundation, we did a study, created all these forms, understood how these centers work, and proposed to them that rather than having this small, very derelict, look at the condition of these spaces, And this is where these kids who do not have obviously the resources to go to private play groups and all, especially children of migrant labor, a lot of children of people belonging to the strata of the society where the income is less than, I think, 15 family income of less than 15,000, 20,000 a month. And through the foundation, we thought, it would be good to impact this. There's 1,200 Anganwadis in Goa, and if you look at India, this the enormous problem that we have. We had been offered by the department this one site, Sati Lakshikar, who had worked with Korea, became the project architect. The foundation became the facilitator organization. And this was the time when South Korea was around. He was active with the foundation. And he drew this small diagram, where he put these rooms on each corner and then left this space in between. And that diagram became really the way Sachin organized the plan of this small center, where you can see the functional areas are all tucked into the corner and they also become structural. But this open, easy central space is where all children live, play, enjoy their kind of. He also created this lovely courtyard at the back, which attaches to the building, so that this Goa can be fairly wild outside. It becomes a contained open space. When we were setting up our practice, as you could see, we had this kind of varied experiences and influences. And the two ideas that compelled me the most is the idea of creating a culture of architecture that is beyond the practice. Somehow, I felt that if in some way we are able to influence that, and in no way I want to say that we had this big philanthropic idea of what we wanted to do. We just wanted to. Goa can be fairly isolating, and we thought that if we have a practice and we can talk to a lot of other people, it will enrich our practice. It will enrich our work, and also in a way kind of if we are able to disseminate those conversations, they touch a lot of people, and then they become a part of our extended community. And the other part was obviously projects. I was very keen to build, but not in the traditional architectural office sense. I wanted to have I wanted to do work which has a little bit larger impact. Uh, and the foundation gave me a great model. And this last 2 years that I could spend with Charles Korea gave me a lovely model in which these things can have impact. Of course, the foundation had much greater and continues to have much greater presence and reputation. But we thought that okay, through the practice, like Korea did, with his National Commission of Urbanization and the Belapur project, if we can influence in a small way, like the Anganwadi project, the direction of in which public, the quality of infrastructure design in public are advised, um, it would make eventually a huge impact. And that was our initial effort. We did not have projects. We set up a practice really incidentally without projects. We had a small house which was in collaboration with the Sri Lankan architects in Goa, but that was like a boutique. It's not the kind of work I was fundamentally interested in, but yes, it enabled us to take off, and then hire some people and um, hire our first intern who continues to work with us after all these years as an architect. And we were approached by this NGO, and this was our first design project, first completed design project, approached by this NGO in Bangalore. And this part of the presentation now I'll run a bit fast, so where I'm sharing some projects. So this NGO in Bangalore, they work with women who make things out of recycled Tetra Pak. Tetra Paks are notoriously difficult to recycle, and they clog up the whole system. So they make small products, wallets, bags, and things like that through Tetra Pak. And we thought, and they approached us saying that if you could design a product which they can make, and the only tool that they use, because they know they have the stitching machines, the singular machines, and if they can use the machines to make something, it can be it can help them sell this product and make money. Um, so we created something which can be made out of a single sheet. And this eventually, I keep meeting a lot of people in the government. And once we encountered this problem that in Goa there are a lot of these large festivals, and all these festivals produce this enormous amount of waste. And a fleet of 20 buses were to retire. How these public buses are. We all know they are really abused and battered by the end of their. But the engines are good. They have another 15 years of life. So they said that if you can make use of these buses and convert them into, waste collection centers, then we can do something with them. And we thought, sure, we'll try our hand. And we worked with the local workshop, and we figured that in a very low cost way, we could influence, we could change some things, build on the same sachet, and create this. This is when the bus is being dismantled. So all the seats go out, the cans come in. All you have to do is go. This is how it looks. Really, it's quite, the Indian buses are quite, the old ones, at least the one with aluminum sachet, are fairly roughly made. You could see we have stripped the whole thing down, and added a new body, again made of aluminum. And the bus goes to these different venues. These buses travel to these different festival venues, and it opens basically. These cans come out, and you can segregate on site, and they can remove these bags of waste from these things that kind of pop out of this old bus. So it sort of gives a new life to a bus that otherwise would be discarded, And again, you can see that it's not very well detailed. Now the new ones are, we have experienced, we have more experience to deal with more sophistication in detail, but this was the first one, and we have fairly rough on this. But this is how it looks inside. I mean, two workers. So when the can is pushed back in, after it's full, they can remove the bag from inside and store the waste inside the bus. And eventually, when the bus goes to waste sorting center, we can remove everything. These were our first executed small public projects. We also cut the back open and created this ramp so that it's easy to yeah. In parallel, we also, like I said, we are also very interested in. I'll run through this part a little faster. Mm, the curatorial part of our practice engages with a lot of conversation on contemporary architecture in India, and there are three domains of our interest. One is contemporary practice. Two is the history and culture of architecture in India, and the third is, to an extent, pedagogy. We have not yet thought deeply about pedagogy, or we are not yet making conversations, but through our centers like Arshila, where we are in Ahmedabad, where we are curators of a small space, we are trying to see if there is a different model of learning that we can engage with. Not the traditional institution, which clearly is not working anymore. Again, as a part of one of the first public projects that we did, tying us back to Korea again, was a redesign of his book, A Place in the Shade, a collection of all these essays. And we understood that Korea was very specific about what images come with what text. So it was an incredibly difficult, and Nandita guided us in this whole process of exactly where, how much text on each page and exactly what image would come. And A Place in the Shade, again, like Vistar, after all these years in practice, you get to engage with the book in this deep, visceral way, reading it and rereading it multiple times. It almost starts getting into your blood. And a lot of these ideas that he talks about in this book, and if you don't have it, it's a must in the library. A Place in the Shade is one of those. In the process of design, we kind of really imbibe the book in a way, at least for me, in the way we practice. In Bihar, we work with an NGO, a large organization that works in 19 villages. It is funded by one of our clients, with whom we also do a few private projects. But really, Bihar is where I had never visited Bihar before we started working. And in my first or second visit, I realized that there is an enormously different. In India, you can kind of culturally, every 100 kilometers things change. But when you kind of go from east to west, it's a completely different world. You are in a different country. But one of our first projects there was this ancestral well. There was this well which was completely defunct and silted. It was an important well for the village because it was one of those first water structures built there by the community. And our client's family comes from this village. So they, this was the condition in which it was. And this is, of course, after much cleaning, but it was found in this very derelict state. And he wanted us to desilt it and try to figure if there is a way to kind of revive the well. But we thought that, yes, sure. I mean, we'll revive the well, and we found somebody who does that locally. They do this for a living, where they kind of dig and go back to the spring. But we wanted to do a little more. We convinced them that let's create a small public place around the well. And because the well was made with this beautiful Lahori bricks that you see here, we used brick as the single material to do everything. So we created this set of steps. Again, in a village, we felt that it will be nice to have a small space where people can gather, and especially women and children who do not go out in the evenings so much. So we convinced the client to put a lamp, a night lamp. And this was our first project. So we did not have much interface with the community. So the amount of discussions we had with the community were quite insignificant. We had very little interaction with them. And it was only to the clients that we were kind of conversing with what they need. And eventually, it ended up being the well, of course, was recharged and clean. The desilted to the source of water and is actively used. But what we were able to do through our small intervention is to create this kind of a public space. Yeah, this is the condition in which it was found. It was almost like an archaeological site, and we let the well be. We let the original bricks and everything be, and we kind of just strengthened the top three layers and created this little public space around. And we find that now when I go there and now when I have a better, more interaction with the community there, I find that they have done a lot of things around the well. They've planted. You'll see, yeah, that was how it was a few years back, and because of the presence of this little well, it has become some sort of focus for things to improve around it, and they take care of it quite lovingly. Children sit here in the evening, they play around. Women sit here in the evening. A lot of uh, um, people from the village, and it's a small village. It's hardly 800 people. They come here, and it has become this sort of a small public place. I feel that it is the public place that has kept the memory of the well alive. Very close to the well in the same village, there was this shrine, and now I was visiting this quite frequently. So our interest was not in this shrine here, but our interest was in this Anganwadi next to it, And we have done, if you remember, we have done these Anganwadi projects with the Charles Korea Foundation. So I thought I was talking to the client that let's just at least make it nice for their children. And so they said that sure, but the village people and even including them, they also wanted this shrine, and this is not a Hindu shrine because I was not very comfortable making a temple. I thought. Or a Muslim shrine, it was not it did not have too much of a religious attribution. It was a shrine where newlyweds generally went, and from whichever religious background that you are, and then you get one of those, village shrines where you go to get blessings. So we thought we'll create a very non-symbolic, because there's always there's the problem of dealing with religious structures, big or small, is that they come with a lot of iconography that's loaded on it, the technology. So while we were cleaning up and making the school or the Anganwadi better, we created this whole backdoor entry to make a small public place, just a few steps, a small plaza to congregate, and we created a structure which is devoid of any religious or any cultural symbolism, and just to protect the shrine and give it a little more significance. So while this is the before and after. So while the shrine obviously changed, and we used local bricks. They do magic with bricks in Bihar. So there was no doubt in our mind that we'll use bricks as the ceremony material. Our experience with the well also indicated that. But we were able to create this small plaza connecting the now newly refurbished school building and this shrine and the steps. Again, they kind of created this little prelude where all the kids come in the morning, all the parents hang around, and it also protects, as you can see, the the shrine from the forces of nature without enclosing it fully. Last two projects, I got a message from Swapnil that I had to have to make it faster to catch up for time. But yeah, so I'll last 3 projects. So this is very quickly something very recent that we did for Serendipity Arts Festival. Every year there is a pop-up library done by this wonderful organization here called Bookworm. They are a public library, children's library organization, an NGO. Established by Sujata Narona, and they need a venue. And this is an outdoor venue. This is in the forest next to the river, where the pop-up library comes every year. And we were tasked to design a structure, and we were given 3 lakhs to do it, to actually build it, to create this library for 10 to 12 days, and after that it can be dismantled. And we had this idea, there were 2 walls. I was in Ahmedabad, so I had this opportunity to visit Anand Sonecha's project many times, twice with Anand himself, the Jai Jagat Theatre, and also, of course, one of your Nasik architect, Pooja's project, Pooja Khairnar's project, where she has created this wonderful meandering wall for that school that she has designed in the village. And we thought that this meandering wall and what it does in a way to create is a very powerful idea. And so, drawing from these 2 projects, we created this intersection of that first image that you saw was a Robert Mangold painting, and it talks about this intersection, this imperfection of a circle, but the intersection between what we felt that a square and a circle, and the square became this pavilion grid under which you can, and the circle became that little container that can, so you can pick up a book and you can sit there, and children can then appropriate this meandering wall for their play. That's our son playing in that pavilion, and over the 10 days, this little library receives hundreds and hundreds of children coming from different schools who come there to spend time. They do workshops, they do book readings, they do small skits. So this broken circle becomes a small amphitheater for these kind of performances to happen. It contains the activity, but it also has this spillover. That's where the river is. It spills over and it kind of lives in this forest. And the frame itself, lined with this simple, it just prevents the leaves from the trees to fall, from falling on the. We found this little clearing where we placed it, and that becomes a library, so then you can pick the book, and you don't need furniture. Kids always use the floor, then use furniture. So the last 2 projects to share. This is we have been working with the city of Panjim from quite some time. I'm personally very interested in the way the city is being developed, or at least envisioned. But we were invited by the smart cities in Panjim to create a mobility master plan. I had never worked in mobility before, so we started communicating with the KTC, which actually runs buses, and is the Kadamba Bus Transport is the government agency responsible to run public transport in Panjim. And we traveled with them in all the routes where they operate buses. And we also saw the urban master plans to anticipate where future developments are to be placed, to create 7 bus routes. And we worked over a span of 8 to 9 months traveling in and out of the city, checking on travel times, peakers, non-peakers. We had 48 buses. We were getting 48 buses, fully electric buses, to operate on this system. And some of them were 12 meters, some of them are 9 meters, and some are 7 meters. So depending on the density of movement, and we had to distribute them. So eventually, as we worked with them, we were able to decipher these 7, so to say, loops uh, on which these 48 buses will fly to create a system which is the Panaji Urban Mobility Plan. And this system, I mean, while our work was to design this system and to create this set of loops, as we got more and more involved with the project, in government projects, what happens is they don't have consultants for everything, so once you become a consultant, they keep putting more and more stuff on your plate, saying, "Ye bhi kar do tum, yeah, can you do this?" So we, along with the design of the routes, we were told that if you can design the graphics for the routes, so we kind of started an exercise where we worked with a graphic designer to create the way cognitively the mental map of the system. We also worked with the Kadamba bus transport to create times and timetables, and you can see the peakers marked in red. We understood over time the complexity with which things they operate. The one ways and the two ways tangent can be very, very difficult to navigate. There are too many small lanes. It's a historic city. These roads and avenues were never planned for the vehicle, not the kind of density we have right now, at least. So a lot of one ways and groups and complicated kind of movements have to be planned. And we also were then tasked to create simple infrastructure which comes with the mobility plan. Here, bus stops, for example. And we designed a very modular system in which you have to mass produce the same components and the same H frame that creates the small flag becomes the medium B. The medium is thinner, thicker, large, extra large. It can also go on the walls, the simple plans. They can be operated, how they can be constructed without kind of committing to the materials of what they could be made with. Of course, accessibility, the tactile strips, etc. The information system that has to be embedded within the kiosk. 15 of them are being built right now as a pilot. And also, how the typology can adapt to different situations in the city where the buses have to stop. And how we can use the existing footpaths and stuff to we did a very detailed study of every point where the bus stop is to come and which buses or which routes operate on that stop. Even the graphics, so it's a Vibgyor line, violet, indigo, blue, green, yellow, orange, and red, with an additional black for the future. The graphics and the information that has to come on each of these panels. The flags where the bus will stop. The map that you can carry in your pocket. And the last project. So what I found in dealing with public projects is that especially in small cities, because we are discussing specifically in this context, I feel that in small cities or in towns or in some rural context where you operate, it is very important for us to build some relationships with a varied set of people, financiers, yes, but more importantly, local authorities, in villages, panchayats, yes, of course, But also there are a lot of these middlemen. In India operates on middlemen, and especially in Bihar and these places where we work, there is a mukhya. I don't know if you see the panchayat that if you watch that series. But it's exactly like that. The decision making is so nebulous and so organic, that there is, and which is the greatness of our system. Because it's like a sponge. It 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 uh, it has the ability to take impact, and then decimate that brute force into the smaller bureaucratic uh, places where files run. So in the end, you are dealing with this whole set of people who, even in the mobility project, for example, a single meeting is chaired by, of course, chaired by the Smart Cities Commissioner, but the Commissioner of the City of Panjim, 4 different panchayats that lie where the loops run, the operators, the vendors, representative from the Chief Minister's office, because it's from central funding, the representative of the center, 2 auditors, a person always taking the minutes down. So whatever you say is minuted. So uh, it's very tricky. And when we make these presentations, which are, as architects we learn to present in a certain way. We have also over time started to make 2 separate presentations. One for our kind of audience and one which we show them. And also the presentations we make to them don't have so much architectonic quality to them. I mean, these kind of diagrams, yes, but we also make very simple drawings, and we communicate almost on. We take large drawings on the site and sit there and communicate to them. One of the very important tools we have realized is the line dori and white powder, where you can draw buildings 1:1, and everybody loves that. They latch on to that idea so quickly, and if they realize that, oh, that's how it is going to be, oh, that's the plan. Sometimes we draw the entire plans on site and show them. So these kind of prototyping happens, where we are showing them what is the eventual level of the and that's the kind of field that we have, around in Bihar. Every Sarso season, they are incredibly picturesque. It's a very, very productive land, and the strange, overlaid with, kind of difficult poverty around. So we have to build, of course, very frugally. These are public funds. We have to be very responsible. We created a very simple system, and we thought that there are these, the bars that we use for reinforcement are available everywhere, and a bar bender is available everywhere. So if we have a fabricator, a mason, and a bar bender, all skills that come from Bihar for a large part of the country, we can build this. And we created this small module. And because we did not want to cut off the market, the initial what they wanted was like an indoor market, because it's difficult in summers and in monsoons to go around. And we in our small way, we convinced that it's difficult to maintain. You have to then get electricity, which there, I mean, in Siva, electricity by itself is a problem because it's not there all the time. And you and we had, of course, we had our clients who are fairly influential there, but they also a lot of times let us lead the conversation. They connect us to the people who are in charge, or who have influence in these villages. But then the convincing bit is supposed to be my problem, So we go armed with all these presentations and all. But what they react to the most is that one is that they make human relationship, and this is the first time I realized that they are not so concerned about whether what is my view of how the market is supposed to operate, etc. They were very happy with what we presented, and they had very few comments, frankly. But they were very keen to know who I am, from where I come, what are my intentions, why am I here, what is my family like, how many children I have, everything they know about me. And somehow, when people ask those kind of personal questions in meetings, we never do that. We are not equipped to deal with that. Is the kind of slow and then I realized yes, that it's obvious that they are outside. So I'm clearly not from there. I don't speak their language. I have nothing to do with that. I have very little understanding of this context, the way that they do. The market sits in this place from twice the amount of years that I have existed on this earth. So it's like 80 years there, and this for these people, it's closely connected to this livelihood. So nothing that we can do can take that away from them. Also, there are this lot of other buildings in the context that need to have the presence. You can't just simply build a wall against that. So slowly we realize that what we do has to be very light, almost dismantleable. Of course, very the total budget we had for this 1.5 acre site was to build the whole market was 45 lakhs, which got stretched to 52 lakhs. But that's it, no more. And some of these funds were contributed by our clients as a philanthropic thing, and some of them were raised by the contractor who was to build this, by collecting money from the vendors who would sit there against the eventual fee that they would pay. So, then if they contribute the money that today they get to sit in this market, sell their wares for 2 further years. So it was almost like we couldn't go wrong, and we had to finish in time because and through the development of the building, the plaza and the market, every Wednesday and Saturday the market had to sit because they have nowhere else to go and no other land where the market can happen. In the middle of our and we kept working. There was this beautiful banyan tree which became the focal point. I'll not go into the architecture too much. The space frames and the simple aluminum sheets. And you can see that that whole idea of this transparency, so they get connected to the fields behind. And the simple way in which we observe the transactions happen and what else happens. A lot of people come to every time the market sits. A lot of other people come who are chit chatting, are having chai, who don't transact really, but who are just there because there's a lot of life around. We made space for all of that, and leveling, brick bat koba, anything that's simple paint, just sheets enough to protect the space from monsoon, very strong monsoons sometimes that they have. Again, through the construction, the market set, so we could not work on this site for 2 days a week. For the other 5 days, we worked. A clock tower. They wanted a clock tower, and that was the last minute request, because all villages have a clock tower. They didn't have a clock tower. So, we had to change our design very close to completion to accommodate a beautiful clock tower, and that was Rice Chennai company that made the clock and installed. And that's how it works. It's very busy. And I'll just that's the site. It's a strange site on two sides of the street. A lot of small buildings around which we have to let all these old routes stay. This house also has to have access to the market, so we have to keep those allowances. This house also has to have the access to the market, so they go through this and then access the house. They don't have any other way. Similarly, this temple has to be accessed from here, etc. So all those conditions, the tree has to remain. All trees have to remain, and the clock tower has to come. We gave in to all the demands. We never said no. Every time somebody would come and say, "Ye ho jayega," we'll do it. So what I realized finally, and this is the last slide, is that in small places, cities where we practice, smaller places, it is not so much as the power of our idea or I mean, of course, it does help to have conviction in what we are pitching, because that's what they look in your eyes sometimes. And if you are not very sure, then they lose confidence. But more important, it comes down to the relationships that we build. These are all workers from a single site, and we spend time sometimes talking to all the stakeholders, contractors, to understand where they come from. Personal relationships are important to a lot of people when you work in small towns. They want to know if we can be friends, even once the project is closed. And if they feel that, yes, we can be friends after the project, then they have more faith in you, somehow. So a lot of times you get asked really private and uncomfortable questions. I got asked once that why I'm so old and why don't we have kids, some stuff like that. And you don't know what to say because there's a random guy you met in today morning, and he's asking you this deeply personal question, but I thought we are supposed to discuss projects. We have a lot of meals together, especially every time we have a very heated and tense meeting at the Smart Cities office. We always end up having a meal together. That eases things out. I like to talk to people. I like to listen to them. Not that I listen to them with an intention that I I'm trying to get a feedback of our work there. I realize more and more that I simply want to kind of talk to them. So yeah, I think that's it from me. I know we are running late and we have run out of time, I guess. But I'm happy to discuss. Happy to respond to questions.
Thank you, Ruturaj. It was a very interesting journey to see from IAB to Charles Collier Foundation, and of course working with the community and the people so closely. And to extend this discussion, we have Ajay Sonar and Amol Suryawanshi to deliberate on, and then they also have some questions for you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ruturaj, for this very interesting presentation, and especially talking about your biography till now. It's very vivid compared to a lot of graduates. The way you've taken a journey is very fantastic, right from the intact thing to then being part of IAB to Charles Collier Foundation, and then finally starting your studio. So I think there's a lot of learning which must have come through this experience and a lot of exposure. So my question is primarily based on this, that I'm sure through all of this experience you've developed a very unique way to look at civic spaces and civic architecture. So if you would like to elaborate a little more on that how all of this experience has helped you to shape up your practice and also your vision or your way of looking at architecture or civic architecture in general.
Thanks, Ajay. I think what I realized is when in college, what happens is the way the studios are set up is that you end up defending your work in juries, and it almost sets you to have that kind of conversation with assumed clients eventually. And the client is used quite often. And of course, as private practice, we do a lot of houses, we do a lot of private projects. I mean, what I shared today is more in the context of what we wanted to discuss. But very important, the one very important thing I feel, what I learned from CCF and some of my time at IAB is that when you deal with work and when your work deals with a larger audience, whether it is through curatorial projects or whether it is through public projects, design projects. Somehow there is a different weight of responsibility that you have, and it feels that way. When we do these large conferences, etc., we are very careful about the way we conduct ourselves. In private projects, you can be a little free-handed and frivolous in the sense that you can take your chances with things like budgets, timelines. the choice of materials and stuff like that. You can stretch things here and there a bit, because finally the conversation remains between you and a private client, and the failures are limited to the impact that it would have on your practice or yourself financially or on the client. However, in a project like the market, for example, where it is you are dealing with public money, or a conference or a journal, where you are sending ideas out to a lot of people, the responsibility changes. So you can be on shaky ground sometimes. So when you make BOQs and stuff like that, you have to be very sure. Also, you are dealing with people who have a vast experience in the public domain. In India, an average politician has interacts with 100 times more people than we do into private practice. So on a daily basis, so they have an enormous amount of ability to interface. We a lot of times depend on their ability to do this. So we need champions. Like for the smart city project, for the mobility plan, there's an incredible IAS officer, who chairs these meetings. We need people like them, and we really, without them, there's no chance we can go out and do this. We need sometimes, and most of the times, people like them who, if they are convinced somehow with our work, then they become our champions. They kind of defend our work, like we defend it in the. So to build those relationships and slips, and then you cannot go wrong, because somebody else has put their reputation on the line, on your, and somehow that, and a lot of times I do get sleepless nights, and I do wake up early mornings for public projects, because when I know that I've said something, for example, in my zealous attempt to defend the project, I sometimes make statements that are false, in meetings, and then I have to rewind, and I feel very bad about that, because you can't lie in minuted government meetings, but sometimes you want to get away with things just because you are very. So it is. I feel that the more we work in projects like this, the more honest our work becomes automatically, because you deal with the force of the public, but you also become more responsible, and that I felt personally has helped me a lot, because even in private projects, you are more conscious about things like budgets, timelines, consumption, the idea of consumption. You don't want to overconsume, overuse. You don't want to clad something which does not require cladding. Automatically that becomes an attitude of sorts, I feel, uh, which also helps in a lot of our private work.
Ruturaj, the community projects that shapes people's life are actually dotting the landscape of urban India. Especially small cities, these projects are essentially very frugal in nature for obvious budgetary reasons, mostly initiated by architects or community-led. And there are very marginal fundings which are available for that. But that is actually, it creates very bigger impact on the social health sustainability. You practice also into the same realm of this kind. So my question is about the sustainability of such practices, and what model could be developed to promote more such practices? Because if these kind of practices grows, I think this will create a better India.
So yes, we have to sustain. I know what you're saying. It's sometimes the fees that you get paid for the kind of effort that you make on these projects are very little. And if you have to keep doing this kind of work, you have to figure out a way, a model to be remunerated enough. But one, two is to also, like you said, sustenance is important. But we have defended, like for example, in the mobility project, the the total project funding that they have from the center, and if you add the state funds, is a bizarre amount. It's an enormously large amount. So to say that a public project, a lot of times these public projects are built under, are compromised by lack of funding because of the kind of system, bureaucratic system that we have set up. But it is not for the lack of funding that they get compromised, I feel. Similarly, so of course you have to be very responsible and calculative about every move that you make, and you can't waste, and you can't. But they're happy to pay for their expertise, and we have always held that we have to be remunerated well, not below COA standards, so that we can, that translates into the kind of effort that you also can make. I also want to make models. I also want to send people to the site more often. I also want to devote enough resources without always thinking of money as the constraint. So in both projects, in our projects in Bihar, we agree to less, be remunerated less than, but we also don't agree always that you have to build a project below standard. If I feel that a project does not have, like, if for example, in the Anganwadi project, even in the transit project, we reduced the scale of some of the bus stops that they wanted to make sure that the funding available for the quality that we want to invest in is more. So a bus stop which was generally planned as 50 square meters became 35 square meters, simply because per square meter cost we can increase and deliver better infrastructure. So we also push a lot of times that we don't want to operate below certain quality, and when we feel that the finance can directly impact quality of projects, we have to stall. So I have done that, and I make an argument, and I go back to the clients again, and I try to raise more funds, and we ask the people who are funding them, especially when in government, what happens is funding is very fluid. It's not as fixed as you think. It changes with governments, with what they are tapping onto, center, state. So, and we all know projects which are 100 crores have become 500 crores. So it's not new in India to change. But we are not frivolous with money, yes. But we don't want to deliver work below a certain quality. And if I subscribe to a culture where I'm okay to get paid less, then it permeates down, into contractors, so if we feel that we are being paid, sometimes we do pro bono. Yes, that is my decision with the practice that some of these projects which I'm deeply interested in, I will not charge, but I won't charge below grade. I won't accept a fee which is less than COA norms for sure for projects where we are charging. So that way, we've set a benchmark also to our contractors for other agencies who will not compromise them, but who will have to deliver. So nobody can come to us in a meeting and say that, oh sir, but isme kahan itna kuch rakha hai. You can't have that conversations once you've agreed on the fee. And we also don't want to have that conversation. So we do stretch that initial bit, even with the smart cities and all. When they offered this project to us, they said that they offered a certain fee to us, and we said that no, we can't work with that kind of money, because you have a 600 crore project. What are you talking about? A fee is a minor component. So yes, I will not charge what I charge private clients for commercial projects or for leisure projects done for profit and personal delight, but I will charge enough so that I can deliver on what I want. I don't know. Subculturally, that sets a different tone right from the beginning. But for the well and the shrine, we are not charged, because that's part of the package in a way. Because those I was personally interested in, and I decided not to, because we were already doing some work there, and that they became extensions of that work. So we are already going for site visits, for example. So we combine, we extend time, so all that little jugards here and there.
Thanks. This was really very engaging, and we have a lot more questions by us and the audience, which we email you because we short on time.
I know.
And
I'm
there's
sorry,
a
yeah, we are
schedule to
running
be
late.
followed after this.
We got
But thanks a lot. Thank you. It was great to hear you. I just passed.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ruturaj, Ajay, and Amol. Well, we come to the end of almost the session, and I really want to get a quick recap of the energetic presentation by Professor Percy and the diverse way of how Ruturaj is presented. In between, we also had interesting conversations going on with all the speakers. So just as a quick recap, since yesterday morning, we started with exploring all the dimensions and the notions around what a small city could be. Then we had very interesting sessions on the history, heritage, archaeology, memory, and commemorating things and how to take the things ahead. Today's session was more focused on the exploratory and the evolutionary theme, more futuristic ideas and more lateral ideas, how a city could also be looked at. A very interesting session on city as an entity and also continuation of practicing in the small cities. So thank you so much to all the speakers, moderators. And here we come towards the keynote speaker of the event. And we welcome Dr. Praveen Gedam, the Divisional Commissioner of Nashik, who's with us in the auditorium. So we take a quick break of 20 minutes and resume back for the keynote speaker. So refreshments are served at the ground floor. So kindly take a break and let's resume back in 15-20 minutes.
followed by Municipal Commissioner at Jalgaon and Nashik, Chief Executive Officer at Latur, Collector and District Magistrate of Osmanabad and Solapur, Director Groundwater Survey and Development Agency at Pune, Transport Commissioner Government of Maharashtra, Private Secretary Chief of the Staff to Union Cabinet Minister of Railway, Additional Chief Executive Officer NHA and Mission Director, Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission as a flagship program, and Agricultural Commissioner Government of Maharashtra, now the Divisional Commissioner of Nashik. धडाडकीबाज निर्णय शांतपणे घेणारे is what Sarkarnama in October 23, Mr. Ayub Kadri would address him as. Today we are thrilled to hear him deliver the keynote address while we only have handful years away from the city will witness Simhasta Kumbh Mela in 2027. He'll be speaking on Tier 2 and 4 cities which are on the cusp of an accelerated growth. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Sarvarna namaskar. Ata, should I speak in English or in Marathi? I don't know. This program was going on in English, I think, since yesterday. So, which language you prefer? I'm fine with both. Huh? English is fine, right? So, thank you, Nasik project, for inviting me. Architect Rathi and her team. They have been kind enough to invite me and share my views and ideas with all of you. So I believe most of the people here, I think a couple of reporters, but most of the other, you are architects. Or is there anybody from any other profession? Okay, there are quite a few from. So, and since I am not an architect, I don't have that technical knowledge of your profession. I will be speaking more like a administrator and perhaps also as a citizen. I think so. You can have this symposium for maybe either to enrich yourself academically. That is a very typical purpose for which we have these kind of symposiums. You get to hear some senior and their views. And there can also be another purpose, that is to probably start implementing your thoughts and views about, in this case, cities, in the city which you reside. I mean, to put down your ideas into action beyond your professional contracts. So maybe I will prefer speaking about part 2. Let me recall an experience. I came back to India after spending 1 year in the US for my higher studies, and I was posted in a city of Pune. You all know city, we know in 80s until early 90s as a pensioner's paradise, green, clean, peaceful, culturally vibrant city, just like Nasik is today. So it's a very apt comparison, I think, to compare Nasik of today in 2024 to Pune of, say, 30 years ago, 1994. Very same city. And I was invited by one of my family friends to come over. And since I am afraid of Pune traffic and Pune roads, I thought I'll go on Sunday afternoon for lunch so that I can have least traffic. And I don't want to spend time in car and on those jerky roads. So I started from camp and went to a colony called Undri, which is now in the city itself. It's no more a village, it's a part of city. And for that, like 15 kilometers maybe, that drive, I could not see a single stretch of road, which is like 2 or 3 kilometers straight, wide enough, and give me a pleasure of driving in one of the most vibrant cities of India. All zigzag roads. All of a sudden you have 60 feet, then you have like 30 feet, then 100 feet, So you know that effectively the smallest width is actually the effective width of that road where it will cause a bottleneck. And then I somehow reached with great deal. There was a traffic jam even at that time. After reaching, I came to know that they don't get water at all. They are totally dependent on tankers. Like we are at least 6-7 kilometers still away from the edge of the city, right into the middle of the municipal limits, and you can't provide them a water. Every day a tanker person will come, he will charge exorbitantly, and he will fill the rooftop water on which all the citizens in that locality are dependent of. So what kind of city planning we have led us to? And I came to know that that family is now relocating from Pune to some smaller place for better quality of life. So this is the situation of Pune. I mean, I remember the other day I was coming from Satara side after doing my field inspections, and as I entered the city, I got a feeling of, it's like a small town feeling, like as if you are entered some taluka place, or even even below that, a small narrow road, dusty road, lot of temporary structures coming. And my driver would say ki sir ha area आता खूप develop होता है. And this is the definition of development. The development typically means the rate of plot increases from 100 rupees per square feet to 1000 and then 10,000. So that's development. And I think we have to, this is the picture, it's a random image from internet, but I think you can relate it to any small city in India. This is what city means. And even I am used to this since my childhood, but having spent 1 year in the US and also visited a few other countries, all of you would have seen, some of you would have seen in movies, some might have visited. I don't think this is a very happy picture 75 years after the independence. We would probably say that no, we don't have money, luxury of money, planning. But then there are countries which were at our level. There are countries with GDP which is similar to Maharashtra GDP, with much better infrastructure, the look and feel, where you can actually feel like roaming around on the streets. Like you can see the example of Brazil, Turkey, Malaysia. I'm not even talking about UK and US. And even poorer countries like Vietnam or Sri Lanka, which have done much better as far as cities are concerned. This is an image from Pune. Again, this is what one of the most important metro cities in India look like. So I think we need to do a lot of things when we think about how do we manage our cities. Now the title of this symposium is Small Cities. I had little bit of discussion about this word small, but we are 2 million plus city. And the place where I lived for almost 1 year prior to coming here, that's a city of Boston in the US. It has a city population of 6 lakh, which is Nasik's population in 1991. And you know that city is in top 30 or 40 economic powerhouses in the world. Now forget economy, but even if you see the city design, overall look, and you feel like living there. Now again, coming to resources, I don't think that is a problem at all. It's totally issue of how do you manage your limited resources in a better way to ensure that everybody gets a quality of life. Now talking about Nasik, we are at population of maybe 21-22 lakh right now. And we have expressway which will be opened up to Mumbai in next 3-4 months. Then there is another expressway, Surat to Chennai, which will come up in maybe 4, 5, 6 years, whatever. Then we have a good airport connectivity, which was not there when I was here last time, very recent. Another international airport at Shirdi, a good connectivity with Shirdi. Then we have some good industrial growth in India. So I see that city is in for a faster phase of development, which you have witnessed in 90s, and since 2000, I think last 20-25 years have been years of stagnation. But I personally feel that next 10-15 years again you will see the phase of growth, because every city has its phases. So probably we are entering a phase of growth, and urbanization is inevitable. I mean, I learned in my school, like Gandhiji used to say, India lives in villages, villages are important, our administration is totally village centric. Till recently, in last maybe 2 or 3 decades, it has shifted its attention to cities. Otherwise, it has historically, and even now you see the structure, it is very village centric. But we can't really ignore cities. They are the growth engines. If cities will decide the fate of India, it's not district or state, it will be the city which will drive the economy in jobs, and urbanization and growth is inevitable. We have to just now decide whether you want this Nasik to become Pune or remain Nasik with job opportunities of Pune. So I think that is the decision which everybody in this hall, because you are experts among citizens, you know how cities evolve. It's an irreversible process to a large extent. Once you make a ugly structure or a very unimaginative city, it's difficult unless it goes for redevelopment maybe after 30-40 years. The damage is near permanent. So we really don't want that to happen. And we have like lots and lots of issues which are very points of advantages which are very unique to our city. Like we have obviously Kumbh Mela. It's in, I think, the largest and most industrial cities out of all 4 Kumbh Mela cities. We have a thriving manufacturing industry. We have a good potential for tourism, religious tourism, nature. We have Shirdi, Trimbakeshwar, even the Ramayan circuit, which we are part of. The wine tourism, people go to Sula. But then we have to encash all these advantages to our benefit and decide how do we move forward. So there are certain aspirations which every citizen has from its own cities. So if you go and want to purchase a flat in Bangalore, my brother lives in Bangalore, or Hyderabad, another cousin lives there, or any other important city, even like city like Nagpur or Aurangabad, the tendency is to, okay, I want a flat in a society which has its own garden, a jogging track, a maybe small lawn, the area to play, which you call, it's an area to play, interact, socialize. And I think this is probably a bad reflection on how our cities have evolved. My first ever visit outside India was when I was collector of Usmanabad. Usmanabad is absolutely small town, 1 lakh population. It's like any taluka place. And my first visit was to Singapore as a part of training. And what I noticed there's no concept of having this kind of self-contained societies with all the amenities. So ultimately, citizens pay, those who occupy those societies, they pay for that. It's not coming free of cost. The builder, the real estate developer, he's not doing charity. He takes that money. What I saw in Singapore and in so many other countries is that you have a standalone apartment, flat, building, whatever you call it. And then in that colony, there is a good park, which is at a walkable distance, a good library, a good swimming pool, and people go there to socialize. Ultimately, these are the 2 different models. In the second model I'm talking about, let us say Singapore model, the people again pay for that, but they pay through their taxes. And here comes the very difficult politics of or complexities of India. We can't really, I raised this issue when I was municipal commissioner. Should we raise the taxes? It was like, no. गरिबांच्या खिशातून पैसे काढणार का? विषय संपला. त्याच्यामुळे मग तुम्ही इनडायरेक्टली तर पे करणारच आहेत आणि मग त्याच्यामध्ये जे गरीब लोक आहेत त्या गरिबांना त्या गार्डनमध्ये कधीच जायला मिळणार नाही आहे. So the very important element of city is that it should be inclusive. It should allow people from all the levels of the society to come, talk to each other, interact with each other, and enjoy the public spaces, which are totally missing I think in our context, including Nasik, we have like small little gardens here and there, and couple of big ones which are slightly away from the city center. I lived in Mumbai for almost 1.5 years, 100 meters away from Marine Drive, lucky because of my position. But I would see people or youngsters in their teens, 20s, 30s, families, coming all the way from like Ghatkopar and Thane and all these places to Marine Drive on the weekends. And it's totally crowded place now, believe me, because there are no public spaces. And I think this is one thing which we all must think when we think of developing our cities. The second important thing is, I don't know, probably again, one of the important leaders, he said that I will treat my country or a city as a developed, not when everybody has a car or everybody is as rich as he should have a car, but when every rich person will travel in a public transport. So that's a vision which one of the leaders said. And so are we in that position? So I think Nashik is again not that unlucky compared to some North Indian cities. We have now started our city bus service. We also have done some study about whether we can have a metro or not. Now, economic feasibility, financial feasibility is a very important aspect, whether to have metro or mass rapid. So I think it is still under study, but I am optimistic that it is possible. Obviously, any public transport is loss-making. Nowhere in the world except maybe Delhi is the only example because of its population. But otherwise, everywhere in the world, public transport is a loss-making because it caters to larger public good. It reduces traffic pollution, it reduces time taken, and so on and so forth. But probably that is another factor, the mobility in the city, which we must discuss very strongly and very, very passionately. I think which we are lacking in our Indian context. Then every city gets this identity. When you think of Paris, what do you think of? First thing which comes to your mind? Anything? Eiffel Tower, right? When you think of Dubai, you think of Burj Khalifa. Every city gets that identity from some iconic structure. I think which again we have missed out big time in India after independence. You think of Mumbai, you can think only of CST, which is again a British structure. Past independence, I don't think of many iconic buildings in India. Maybe there is Vidhan Saudha building in Bangalore or new Akshardhan temple in Delhi, but there are like really, really handful examples. And I think it is probably a responsibility of government also to, because if you want to see how government building should not be like, you are most welcome to my office. It's a very unimaginative rectangle painted in a cream color and nothing else. It's like only rectangular boxes kept over each other, which has created that building. And I mean, we have some exceptions, like a very functionally good building, our Nasik Municipal Corporation headquarters. But these are very rare examples. So I think that's another thing which all of us should think together. And Nasik has very unique features which no other city of similar size, be it Vadodara, Indore, Vizag, which are all our competitors in a way. We have a beautiful river. So again, whether you want to have a good riverfront which is open for all, which will lead to a difficult decision of no development zone along the riverside, or you want to have construction there with riverside flats and those riverside lawns for those limited people who live in those flats. These are difficult decisions, very difficult to navigate into the political dynamics. But I think we have that. So I go back to, so this is how our riverfront looks like, right? Currently very hodgepodge structure, is no, and this is the photograph of Maheshwar. I've been there for a couple of times, and this is done 300 years ago by Ahilya Devi Holkar. So obviously she did not have service of any qualified architect like you, I mean at that level, but still they managed to do that. So I think it also shows that architects are not designing the cities. Please remember. You may feel that you are the one who designed the city. You are not. You cater to your clients. It may be government like me who develop a divisional commissioner building in a rectangle, or your builder who go only vertically tall with all the possible combinations of increasing FSI. But that does not bring the beauty to the city. So the city is designed by the overall politics of that area. And those who are in the power, they will decide. So this is a good example how one queen 300 years ago designed one city. We just discussed how some cities in India look like, but this is city of Jaipur 300 years ago. Again, Savai Jai Singh 2 or somebody, when he could do that with the same amount of resources or maybe less, then why we are like struggling even now? I think this is one question which all of us must try to answer. We also are very lucky to have that beautiful temples. We have, I think I got the slide. So we have Naro Shankar, then we have, so I don't know what kind of restoration that is done by painting white on black. Then we have Suryanarayan Mandir going on. We have Kalaram Mandir, beautifully done by I think some local person, Pandavleni, very unique. But what we see outside, I've been to this place. I don't know whether this will work or not, but I tried to see the streetscape. And immediately out of that Kalaram temple, you have this, right? I think this is removed now, but you see what kind of, so we have this very 300-year-old temple, then maybe 100-year-old Vada, and then again this box. And in the name of, so all these concrete blocks, and in the name of development, probably they would like to have more fiber facade probably, or with glass, because it looks modern. So I think we have totally lost the way sometimes during so-called development, and it's time we get back to the same, we get back our work together properly. And this has been done successfully in recently in Varanasi. I think you all saw that presentation. This was done successfully in Ujjain. So I see no reason why we cannot replicate in Nasik without creating much trouble, because Varanasi underwent a lot of demolition. This is probably not required in Nasik. We just need to have proper facade treatment, proper pedestrianization, proper traffic regulation, little bit of renovation of, so Godavari has very clear distinct zones, religious zone and then recreational zone. So from Holkar Bridge to a couple of bridges down the line, we have like very clear demarcated religious area which can be developed as Maheshwar, and then other parts which can be developed something like Sabarmati, but maybe I personally prefer more of softscape than hardscape, but it's again the decision which you people have to take. And this is an opportunity. Cities also require a lot of soft elements. Like you can't have a city with just structures. So like city of Chandigarh in 70s or 80s, it was like a ghost city. So we have fortunately a very good culture, thriving cultural scene in our city. We have good places like Falke Smarak or Kalidas or Botanical Garden. Now recently I think Godavari Aarti has started. I have not been there so far, but they bring real life to whatever skeleton you develop. That life to that body is brought by these cultural and social elements. So I think we are very fortunate. I might have sounded a lot pessimistic or negative during my, but I think I just want to make you aware that not everything is lost. We are at the right juncture, because we are 3 years away from Kumbh Mela. There is enough time for planning, but government only cannot do it. Maximum government will do, it will develop a new roads, a good public infrastructure, sewage system, water supply plant, The shape will come to the city if everybody works in sync with each other. I remember when I was on way out last 2-3 months of my tenure as a municipal commissioner, I suggested an idea of TP scheme north of Godavari in Makhmalabad area. I think it finally got approved, probably, I'm not aware. But it was, so there are some hard decisions that I think we must make. At times, maybe compromising on little bit of FSI, because ultimately if you make city less crowded, more livable, it will indirectly compensate by increased prices. I gave the example of my Pune friend who chose to migrate out of Pune to a town of Karzat in Raigad because better quality of life at a higher cost. So I think that decision, but that return on investment or that will come 10 years down the line or 15 years down the line. So these are the issues I think which I wanted to talk about. Last point I would like to say is that architects are like artists, like you are in constant conflict with you want to have some design and then engineers say no, this is more economical, better and all that. In every other policy sphere, I see lot of strong voices in the form of professors, intellectuals, op-ed writers, editors, activists who come and say, okay, this policy of government is bad. It is a waste of taxpayer money, or it is a good spending or expenditure of taxpayer money. So they have a good criticism of schemes like MG Narega or schemes like, so they all evaluate that scheme and create that noise, necessary noise in the society which makes people think. Somehow this kind of noise is not seen when it comes to the urban design. And mind well, I repeat that thing, that urban design is largely an irreversible process. If you miss the bus, you miss the bus permanently. Now you can't think of any way by which that winding road of 160, 30, 40 feet width will be straightened up unless you have like very rare examples. Like Paris, I think, underwent that transformation, but it was almost a dictatorial regime 200 years ago. So these kind of things are not going to happen. So it is a process which you have to channelize properly. And I hope the architects will also come out of their studio, if not on the street, but at least in the TV studio, from their studio, and to start influencing general opinion about the way your city, where you are going to live, your next generations are going to live, evolves. As far as I am concerned, I assure that government is positive, and all the type of support that you need to see that Nashik becomes beautiful. Nashik is beautiful and it remains beautiful, but at the same time also an economic powerhouse. That is the vision that we all must strive towards. I think with those words, I would like to conclude, and if you want to have any questions, I can answer.
What a wonderful talk. First of all, thank you so much, sir, for agreeing to talk to us. Secondly, I never thought it's an administrative position who's talking about. You were like one of us today when you spoke all these things. And it was very encouraging to know that we should become activists. And you also opened another place for us to voice our opinions and also to work towards together for a better and a bigger cause. So I request you to kindly be seated on the dais, and I also request Dhamne sir and Kute sir to please extend this dialogue. Bakir sir, please join us for that dialogue.
We can be just from there.
Doctor, to start with, it was a beautiful talk. And I have seen architects, like whom we admire, like people like Charles Correa, Joshi sir, and we would immediately feel that those people are addressing from the heart. And this is what was happening just now. Thank you, sir. Now, since you started with a notation, even amongst us when we were discussing the symposium, time and again we felt whether it should be a symposium or should it be an activism sort of thing. Like we were just falling short of the word activism because activism becomes too radical. I mean, in today's parlance. This is one first part. Now coming to the question part, I have a very small question. All of us sitting over here, is it clear, audible to all of you? Yes. We deal in maybe square meters of land. I'm not going to hectares immediately. Where we have a decision maker, a client, constantly interacts with us. Then we come to a second stage of our practice where probably the land size is now running into hectares. Again we have a client. Now that client, depending upon the proposal, might be having a battery of people along with him. Now here when we are talking about a city, we are talking about in square kilometers. And maybe we are talking about 260 square kilometers in the case of Nasik. Again, coming back to the client, coming back to so many people around, maybe standing committees and this and that, and answerable to headquarters in Mumbai. How do you think we can get a part of this as a decision-making system, we as professionals?
You mean to say how do you contribute to
the decision making? Because the very important part is a decision in the part of a decision.
yeah, I think you alone probably will not be in a position at any point of time, because the decision making will remain with those who make decisions, and these are the like if it is a private space, the owner of that space, or if it is a public like road or city development, it will be with people who are in the position of authority. So the word activism, you have to take it in a positive sense. Unfortunately, there are a lot of negative connotations with typical images of Jhola and all that. I'm not saying those kind of activists at all who are in conflict with the administration. So activists can also be in sync with the administration to channelize and guide them. So what is happening if I'm meeting like 100 people in a day, and a politician meets 200 people, it's 300 people in a day, and everything, so many things keeps going at the back of his mind, but you people are like experts. And when I remember one of the DP plan, the meeting started, not our city, but I came to know that meeting started at around like 11 o'clock midnight, went into 3, because people are very busy. So it went on till the morning. So probably you need to when I said noise, again, please don't see the word noise in negative connotation. That opinion which should influence the people. So this is a very soft, underutilized power of experts, because when people who are not in position of power, they have a lot of power to influence. Like Bollywood is one good example, but that's probably too powerful. But when I said that you have had powerful editors who would shape the or you have a recent uh, news which is going on, controversy kind of thing, where things are moving because of this noise in some positive way of cleaning the system. So I think you need to be in dialogue. People like me or some other person, we are always definitely short of time. But to generate that public opinion, give right advice, which at times may not be palatable, and also keep guiding, because decision makers are not experts. We are generalists. We are like MBAs. And MBA, when what Elon Musk says, he built a great company because he pushed experts rather than MBAs on top. So obviously you are not going to dismantle the whole administrative structure, but at least those expert voices should come out strongly in a probably polite and positive way, and they will definitely listen. Probably what is happening, that demand is not felt. Make that demand of beautiful city felt, so that it also becomes one of the deliverable in administration and politics.
Yeah, very true. Probably in the second symposium that we have, we will be having a lot of people coming from the corporation, and maybe the elected people should also be around, I suppose.
Thank you.
Just add to that, is it possible that we can have some kind of a cell made wherein the citizens, not only the architects, can come and just share their opinions about how the city should grow, which will be dedicated only for the second start, maybe for the Kumbh Mela as such.
I think this is a very good idea, to have a informal platform which is apolitical, without any vested interests, which hears all the voices and at least identifies, there will always be some differences, but there will be like out of 100 points, 50 points, there will be consensus. Who doesn't want trees, for example? Everybody wants trees. Who doesn't want Godavari to be clean and pure? Everybody wants it to be pure. Now there will be some differences here and there, but it is a good idea that people come together. There are already few NGOs or forums like this in Nasik. It will be a good idea if all of you come together at some place, like maybe industrialists, real estate, media, there are a couple of media people also, and generate that right noise and demand that we want this. If I don't make this felt, that this is my hunger, then I will not cater to it. So probably that is required.
Namili, you have any question? At this juncture, any questions from the audience?
Maybe it is regarding, you very well explained about the good cities and good slides you have shown. Actually, if you are aware that there is implementation of UDCPR, that is Unified Development Control Rules, and all over the Maharashtra. And the rules are same everywhere, and the biggest hurdle for the proper development is UDCPR. It should be allowed very big, great extent of FSI. Number of floors you can go to any extent, and the roads are smaller. You cannot accommodate actually the buildings, and all this is the rules. They are made for builders, not for the city. What is your opinion?
One thing is very clear. You ask me any questions, direct, oblique, slanted. I am not going to criticize any government policy. Very clear. Not going to happen. But having said that, when these DCPRs came out, new DCPR, I was in Government of India, and after that I was the Agriculture Commissioner, hardly any relation with DCPR. So I honestly have not studied those. But I get what you are trying to say, that they are very pro-builder. Now let me be very clear. You can't paint any particular group as a villain and other group as a hero in order to bring the development. You have to work with every single player. Now, high FSI, you also see it in Manhattan, Hong Kong, Singapore, and so many other downtowns. But these high FSIs, they don't lead to traffic congestions, because despite the high FSI, there is enough road width, enough strong basic infrastructure of sewerage, water supply, electricity, and also enough open spaces. So they are compensated by a lot of these, which what sometimes happens in India, not only in cities but every single aspect of life, is that we tend to choose one part of the developed country without any other part, and then we end up creating a problem. Like, general impression about Western life is they party all the night and all that, but my personal impression was very good when I went there. So I think this is probably that kind of mentality which we try to grow tall without realizing that you have to also keep compensatory spaces open, keep roads. I remember Nasik's DP of 90s, not sure of the year, but I saw the preliminary DP and final DP. 18-meter road became 15-meter, 15 became 12 after while becoming final. And now you have an irreversible situation in that part of Nasik. So I don't want to comment on DCPR. I have not even studied them. But if you have a good ideas, it's a good idea to have UDCPR in one way, but then there are some very local specific problems for which we can always have a modification. Like there is a problem of Sadhugram, or there is an opportunity of Godavari. Or if you talk about wider regional development, you have NMRDA, but it is leaving out Igatpuri and Trambakeshwar, these beautiful places. If you don't intervene at right time, the Igatpuri will become Lonavala. You don't want that to happen. So I have not studied, so I don't know how to answer directly, but these are my general views.
So firstly, let me appreciate the keynote address that you have made today, because I think I can speak on behalf of the fraternity that most of the times architects find it very difficult to communicate outside the fraternity, and I think you have broken that ice that if that noise will be made, there are people who will not only listen but it will be heard and it will be kind of incorporated. So I thank you very much. Now my question is based on the Kumbh Mela, as you were part of the planning process of Kumbh Mela previously, as it was mentioned during the introduction, that at any point of time is planning of Kumbh Mela considered as a planning of city as well? Is that vision there in place? Because to give an example, why Nashik Kumbh Mela is very different, that in cities like in a city place like Allahabad, Kumbh Mela happens much far from the city. It's like a temporary city that comes up, the temporary infrastructure that comes up, and then again it kind of evaporates, and then the cycle repeats. But in place like Nashik, the Kumbh Mela is right in the historical center of the place. The provisions, for example, building road networks, providing public toilets, and so on and so forth, like increasing infrastructure capacity. So all these things are permanent. They don't only necessarily remain for Kumbh Mela. So Nashik, according to me, Nashik could very well, take Kumbh Mela as an opportunity to plan the city for every 12 years. And I think it could be an incredible value addition to the whole planning process. And so I just wanted to ask that, is that vision there while this task is being done? And if not, what are the challenges of that? What could be the potential challenges of that?
So it's a very good question for Nasik people. I was honestly not involved in the planning part of last Kumbh Mela, so I don't want to take credit away from planners. I was only in the implementation phase last 10 months. But one thing which planners definitely did was to ensure that Nashik city continues to get a better shape because of Kumbh Mela. So it was like 2400 crore plan, out of which 1100 something was for Nasik Municipal Corporation. And mind well, out of the most important pure Kumbh activities, Sadhugram, that was 90 to 93 crore only, not even 10%. And then cleaning and all that becomes less than 10 crore. So it was definitely an infrastructure boost. So that's why you have the new internal city ring roads which came up. That's why you have a very strong augmentation of water supply and sewage system and SPS which came up during last Kumbh Mela. A few things were missed. For example, in the plan we didn't have the temple renovation component. Now there are temples which are financially doing well, who can renovate themselves, but then there are small little temples on Goda Ghat who do not have any income. So we included it at the 11th hour, literally. So definitely the whatever you said is taken care of. And this time what we have suggested is that let us see Kumbh as a larger, you try to relate Kumbh to religion or spirituality, that Amrut Manthan and all that. But we also have Ramayan part here. We also have little bit of extensions in Saptashringi, Shirdi, Igatpuri Vipassana Center, then beautiful natural spots in Akole and Igatpuri and Trambakeshwar Taluka, which are within a couple of hours of driving distance. So we definitely try to take the holistic approach. You are, all of us Nashikkars are lucky because no other city except these 4 cities get funding at this scale, like thousands of crore rupees. What is the crime that Aurangabad people have done? Just because they don't have Kumbh Mela or some other place, they are not getting that. So it's a pure advantage that Nasik people have, and I think this has also led to some sort of complacency. We don't try to build our institutions financially stronger because we know a booster dose is coming after 12 years. So if you also want to make your institutions like corporation and MRDA financially stronger, at times by taking some difficult decisions, then you will be one notch above what you are right now. These funds, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 crores will continue to come what may, because those sadhus are going to come. Everybody will require those additional infra which gives that boost, but I think that part we are missing.
Good evening, sir. I have 2 small questions. One, in continuation with architect Kute sir mentioned that we have in Nasik, there are bodies where architects and designers and planners come together, and then there is a government setup where we go as representatives. But can there be a platform which is a combined setup, like you have in London something called as New London Architecture, or in Netherlands, most of the European cities, they have common platforms where architects and the administration, they co-own that platform and activities happen together. So is there any possibility of something like that happen? And question 2 is, yesterday we saw Kashi Vishwanath Dham project which was executed, and the architect mentioned some facility called as special purpose vehicle group, which are constituted for the development of that particular zone with a very specific intention. So keeping Kumbh Mela in mind and the core area of Nasik, is something like that possible? I mean, if not this year, but at least in maybe by next Kumbh Mela. Thank you.
So the common platform for decision making and implementation, it is a decision which is at much higher level than me. These are decisions taken at very high level. So obviously I will not like to say that this is possible, not possible, will be done or not done. That's why I suggested we can at least have an informal thing going on, which will not give any kind of authority or power to private persons as such. But at least there should be enough interaction. Your idea is definitely good, but that is a decision which is way beyond my grade pay. So yeah, I know, I will personally prefer to have that kind of body. I also have like a lot of views in London or any other western city, even a small, they call even 10,000 people as a city. So even in small city they have a mayor who is really powerful, who drives it in consultation with local people. Everything doesn't go to the state capital. Here we have a different structure and we have to live with it. So there are advantages and disadvantages. We have chosen to have one system. You have to work within that system. There is no other way out.
So just a continuation with this question again. Is there any opportunity in the administrative structure where a lot of public projects that are happening in the city or during Kumbh Mela or otherwise, is there any opportunity whether they can be put to public consultation before getting executed or before being built?
I think there is definitely an opportunity. Nobody stops you from giving an idea. As a citizen does not necessarily mean that he will always write to the government to raise his grievance about his Satbara or water connection or electricity bill. He can definitely write, and last time I remember getting 50,000, something like that, different suggestions when we opened up one portal, 50,000 from this city. So you are most welcome to give all the types of ideas, anything under the sky. Obviously some will be feasible, some will not be feasible, but at least they remain there in the government file. It's a very important tool, believe me. They remain somewhere, and when the right time comes, that window comes, then it can be pushed. So
equal to that question, is it possible to hold some competitions in this regard?
I mean, in what way? I mean, competition of what?
Competitions of the public projects.
Proposals which are going to get built. A lot of us come to realize that after the construction starts, whether in most of the Western countries, the proposals, when they are finalized, they are put to the design proposals, they are put for public consultation. The reviews are on those design proposals, whether whether they are acceptable to the wider community or otherwise. That review has been taken. That review is taken.
So this is definitely possible in one type of project, which is very architect focused, like a garden or riverfront or a new really iconic building. But a lot of our expenditure in India goes in roads, where there are like very clear Indian Road Congress guidelines. Even the font of the signboard is fixed, color is fixed, everything is fixed. So that part not possible, and this part it is definitely possible.
So this suggestion is about, I'm basically a net zero designer. So what I'm talking about is setting up a net zero institute in Nashik, which goes beyond normal urban planning, so that it becomes an iconic institute for the rest of the country. So that, because see, Nashik is at a very crucial stage of growth. If you go one way, you go the way of Pune. So can such an institute be set up which becomes an iconic institute for the rest of the country, for them to guide how the nation's cities of this size should develop? And there are a lot of them.
Like, what is net zero? I don't know.
So basically you're planning everything with respect to the environment. and everything with respect to sustainability. So it's how you distribute your population centers, where you allow your financial center to come up to minimize traffic right from the beginning. Designing your river in a sustainable manner, the riverfront. I have designed one project for the Mumbai waterfront, the entire thing, because I designed it for rising oceans. It's a huge thing. Gadkari Sahab has implemented only $400 million out of it. It was a $43 billion plan. So
that shipping land.
Yeah, the shipping thing. So I had given it to him 2009. He said, Ashish, if I take this to the electorate, I'll lose my deposit. He told me. Then 2014, when I met him and gave it to him, he grabbed it and he became shipping minister just to implement that.
Okay.
So this Net Zero Institute is something that can be an iconic institute in Nashik.
But I mean, again, that questions of, to what extent government should do these things, that I don't know whether it will get, it's a good idea prima facie, because everybody, and I am also by heart kind of environmentalist only. So it's a very good idea. But then everything which involves public fund may not be, there are always constraints of finances, budget expenditure. So I don't know how high it will go in the priority list, because there are 100 priorities, salaries, for example, which is a very, consumes 60% of our budget. Then there are like committed expenditures, then there are interest payments, all that thing. It's a good idea. Can we have at least maybe other way of doing this, maybe people coming together and creating ideas? We already have frozen our city DP, but NMR DP is still there, right? It is like, this is 260 square kilometer, that is 2000 square kilometer. And that area will grow like crazy. And what you said is exactly probably required, because very unique topography that we have in Nasik. Eastern, southern side we have beautiful hills, east side is again tribal, north belt is agriculture, wineries and all, and southeast part is industrial, Sinnar and all that. So it's a very unique combination which can, but then you have to also have development in a way that we don't destroy hills, rivulets, but the population is going to grow. There are private lands, so forest land probably nobody will touch, we can enforce, but the private lands will definitely grow. Again, do you want to have those rectangular boxes or good nice cozy houses which gel well with the environment, right? So I interact with architects. I know that famous falling water or some other, which everybody in your curriculum sees, Frank Lloyd or whatever. So you have 1,000 such places in 15 kilometers radius, right? So, but we all want that to happen, and we are, believe me, immensely limited in resources, more in time part. So most of such ideas which emanate from you, will be very happy to incorporate. So let us not wait for the center to happen, but whatever function you are planning in that center, that we can start even without formally setting up such center. So if like 10 people in this room can come together and write down ideas which are implementable, maybe 80% of them will go through, 70, 50, whatever. But we are most open to ideas. The NMR plan is not yet prepared, Nashik NMRDA. And I think that is the area which we must preserve to make it really the unique city in India. Believe me, this has immense potential. We are like 3 hours away, literally, like from Bombay's MMR's age, we are literally 2 hours away. So you don't get a better opportunity to grow.
Good evening, sir. Thanks a lot. We felt that almost it's a citizen presenting and not an officer, which was amazing to see how sensitively you presented. There are 2 things. One is a comment which I would like to make on your observation of the Western countries and very much in line with this, I would like to go back to a conversation which we had with Mr. Charles Correa, architect Charles Correa, who's also a graduate from MIT in Boston, and he studied there. And he said a very interesting thing, that he's saying the cities can go as vertical as you want, but what should go vertical and what should remain horizontal is a very important question. He said offices can go 100 stories, 200 stories, but houses will have to be horizontal. Because when you're making residential buildings which are 100 stories, where does the park go? Where do the kids go? Where do the hospitals go? Where do the grandparents go? Where do the rest of the infrastructure which is required for families does go? So that is a very important question, and that's why in the West they have the downtown, which is with FSI 6, and then they have the periphery, which is the countryside with FSI 1, where you live in a very countryside, in a very scenic way, and in a very healthy way, and then you go to work in a denser atmosphere for a few hours. So that's a very interesting way of looking at it, but somehow we just look at these images as fragments. So when we look at New York, we look at the Manhattan Towers and try to implement that in a residential building here.
Come to your question.
Correct. So, sir, question, basically coming to the design cell thing which Kute sir mentioned, and the room suddenly felt full of energy the moment you said yes. And then somehow when you said informal, there was the energy went down, because what we are saying is that when we do it as an informal thing, as an NGO, most of the thoughts are not accepted. What we are saying, we don't mind even a space in the parking of the NMC building where we can informally meet after the office time. But it needs to be neutral, where the officers and the architects or any student is all a citizen. No one is an officer, no one is an architect, and everyone is just a citizen trying to contribute. Because I think that will open the platform very well, because I'm scared when I'm talking to someone who's in an authoritative position. But when we are all, if we can set this, then there might be a lot of ideas which can come. But of course, in the smallest formal way possible.
Did you feel scared of me? Now I spoke like for...
That's why I could dare to question. I did not feel that. That's why I could dare.
The process is asking for the space in the parking lot.
I think that physical space is really irrelevant. It's like meeting of the minds which matters more. So please come out with ideas. I don't say that I will meet you every week or every whatever. But once you have enough material, I will definitely listen. I like regularly, I can say so. So we are talking about, I don't know how many of you are taking interest in peripheral regions of Nasik. Nashik's DP is done, and everybody knows what a minor modification takes, and major modification, forget it. So that is a blank slate where you can write whatever you want to write. I'll definitely personally, if I am concerned, because I don't want to comment on behalf of other offices or officers. As far as I am concerned, I'll be happy to interact with you if you have like specific, concrete, implementable ideas.
Next, anybody else?
Sir, you being a NMRDA commissioner, you should have...
Take a mic.
Sir, you being an NMRDA commissioner, you should have at least road pattern for NMRDA region at earliest. Being a greenfield at this stage, it will facilitate the development and channelize in proper way. In core city, we don't have that much opportunity to have better streetscape, and but in NMRD region we have that much opportunity, so we should have that at earliest. I feel so.
No, this is a very well taken. One thing, I am not NMRDA commissioner. We have a separate commissioner. That's why I said I will not comment on other offices or officers. I will definitely pass on your message. Number one, I am in one of the members on the Apex committee, which is headed by the Chief Minister. So the real action is it with the NMRDA office, which is a different office. One. Second, your point about streetscapes is very valid. Because if you see DCPR, what we try to dictate, what should be width of your staircase, what should be height of your ratio of window and room, and so on and so forth, what should be ceiling height. I mean, everything micromanaging in the personal space, and that's 80% of DCPR. It's a proper study done on that, and very little is given. Okay, we say that you do this, you do that, you do that, but what should be the design of my footpath, or how should my garden fencing look like, where people come out for 8-9 hours in a day. It's also important part of, that's a very little proportion of DCPR is devoted to that. So your idea is very well taken. If you have specific ideas, again I go back to that gentleman and you. I'm not saying that I have rejected your idea of creating a platform. The only thing is that I don't want to commit unless I am 101% sure that it can start tomorrow. It's a very good idea. Please sit together without waiting for a space in parking lot, and come to me at regular intervals. I will do my bit in passing on that request to NMRDA or NMC, as the case may be. And maybe it's a very welcome idea. If it is finalized, I'll be happy to do that. But even if it is not finalized, nothing stops us working informally. So please come out with these ideas. If you want an informal discussion, you can come for an informal discussion also to me.
सर, एक छोटासा प्रश्न. आपण म्हणलं की गव्हर्नमेंटचे आयकॉनिक बिल्डिंग्स होऊ शकल्या नाहीत पोस्ट इंडिपेंडन्स. काही बिल्डिंग आता जसं आपण NMCच्या बिल्डिंगचा उल्लेख केला तर ती कॉम्पिटिशनमधून आलेली होती. पण सध्याच्या गव्हर्नमेंटचे बरेच सगळे आर्किटेक्ट कॉम्पिटिशनमध्ये भाग घेऊन आणि चांगल्या इमारती डिझाईन करून गव्हर्नमेंटला द्यायला तयार आहेत. पण गव्हर्नमेंटचा एक इश्यू असा आहे की L1 जो येईल त्याला काम देऊन टाकायचं आणि मग ते रेक्टँगल्स तयार होतात. तर यासाठी आपण काही करू शकू का?
एक तर त्या रेक्टँगल्सला किंवा लॅक ऑफ आयकॉनिक स्ट्रक्चरला एकदम गव्हर्नमेंटला पण मी दोष नाही देणार. कारण आपण 50च्या दशकापासून 90पर्यंत ज्या फेजमध्ये होतो तेव्हा काही दुसऱ्या प्रायोरिटीज होत्या, पोटापाण्याच्या प्रायोरिटीज होत्या, अन्न पिकतं का त्याच्या पैसे वाचवायचेच होते. म्हणजे जेव्हा हाँगकाँग आणि सिंगापूरमध्ये डेव्हलपमेंट सुरू झाली 70-80 वर्षापूर्वी, त्यांनी रेक्टँगल्सच केलेत. मग ते हळूहळू इव्हॉल्व्ह होत आज जिथं आहे तिथं गेले. हा एक विषय. दुसरा डिझाईनचा विषय हा आता डेफिनेटली विचार करायला लागलेत. म्हणजे आणि कॉर्पोरेशनमध्ये फ्लेक्झिबिलिटी जास्त असते. डिझाईनमध्ये नाही L1 येत. L1 कन्स्ट्रक्शनच्या किमतीत येतो. पण मग काही आर्किटेक्ट्स असतील त्यांचे रेट्स जस्टिफाय नाही करता येत बरेच वेळा. तो एक इश्यू डेफिनेटली येतो. मग त्याच्यात कॉम्पिटिशन वगैरे घेऊन मला माहीत नाही तर राजीव गांधी भवन कसं झालं ते, पण थ्रू कॉम्पिटिशन झालं असणार.
नाही सर, त्याच्यात काय होतं, कॉम्पिटिशनमध्ये काउन्सिल ऑफ आर्किटेक्चरने सगळं ठरवून दिलेलं आहे का कॉम्पिटिशन कशी घ्यायची, काय घ्यायची. पण याच्यामध्ये गव्हर्नमेंटचा स्टँड असा आहे की जर आम्हाला स्वस्तामध्ये आर्किटेक्ट काम करून देत असेल तर आम्ही कॉम्पिटिशनमध्ये का उतरायचं, हा इश्यू येतो.
नाही, हे हिस्टॉरिकली इव्हॉल्व्ह झालेले नियम आहेत बघा आपले, आणि हे काही असं एकदम फटकन चेंज होणारं नसतं. पॉलिसी हळूहळूच चेंज होतात. हिस्टॉरिकली इव्हॉल्व्ह काय झाले तर आपण गरीब देश म्हणून स्वतंत्र झालो तेव्हा प्रायोरिटीज होत्या. आता मला वाटते चेंज होत आहेत. आता बऱ्याचशा गोष्टी, आता पार्लमेंट नवीन व्हायला लागली, पूर्ण सेंट्रल विस्टा नवीन होत आहे, किंवा काय म्युन्सिपल कॉर्पोरेशनच्या बऱ्याचशा बिल्डिंग ह्या टिपिकल डब्बा बिल्डिंग नाही म्हणता येणार. त्याच्यामुळे हा चेंज होत आहे. आणि मी आता पुण्यामध्ये कृषी आयुक्त असताना कृषी विभागाची नवीन बिल्डिंग आहे. इट्स अ गुड बिल्डिंग, 250 कोटीची, मोठी भक्कम. तर हा चेंज डेफिनेटली होत आहे. मी फक्त माझी एक ते मनातलं बोलून दाखवलं की ते का दिसत नाही, पण मी सांगितलं की मी या बाबतीत पॉझिटिव्ह आहे. आपल्याला दुर्दैवाने कुंभमध्ये कुठल्या बिल्डिंग्स वगैरे बांधायच्या नाही आहेत, पण
अदरवाईज आपण जेव्हा काही सेब मांडायची वेळ येईल
आता मला वाटते तुम्ही जर बघितलं नाही आता इनफॅक्ट तुमच्या विचारांनीच चालते सरकार. तुम्ही जर नवीन बिल्डिंग्स बघितल्यात ज्या आपल्या राज्य सरकारच्या होतात त्याच्यात तुम्हाला थोडं व्हिजन पण ते थोडं होत आहे, ते खूप इन्क्रिमेंटल होत आहे, ते ड्रास्टिक व्हावं असं मला पण वाटतं, तुम्हाला पण वाटतं.
That was the last question. We have taken a lot of his time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an enriching session. I could recall just a few lines from my favorite poem, which says, dreams need people like people need dreams. And vision needs someone to make them real, it seems. So even the way we were talking about today, that the visions are important, we also need people who can put together the vision and actually implement it on the ground, and that is the assurance probably sir has given it to us. And I'm sure this brings in a great energy for past 2 days, and also it was in a real sense a keynote address, and a very unusual thing probably for happening, that an administrator coming and talking so freely and encouraging us as a part of one of us. So thank you so much, sir, for having such a wonderful session. And now I would request the dignitaries on the dais to felicitate sir with the Nashik mementos that we have specially made for. So there are two mementos. I'll just explain you what they are. So the one is a manuscript, which is another important identity of Nashik. We have more than 20,000 manuscripts in Nashik. So with the initiative of Intact, we are kind of trying to revive and repaint them on the canvas and making souvenirs so that the stories of manuscripts will also reach to the people. So the original manuscript, the details are on the back side of that souvenir, and in the front is the repainted on canvas by one of our artists. The other one is a photograph which is printed on a canvas by one of our colleagues. Samruddha Mughal is here. Samruddha, can you please join us on the stage? The archival record from the Nashik heritage is what we generally call these as iconic mementos created by Samruddha. Now I request landscape architect Krushna Rathi to formally conclude the session.
Hello everyone, a very good evening. These 2 days bring an end to discussions and preparations of last few months. What a wonderful 2 days these have been. It has been enlightening to listen to various speakers talk about small and not so small cities, their history and their identity through various and curious dimensions. We saw how some projects shape the context, and sometimes even the entire narrative can be defined by small or big interventions as presented by Sonal, Bobby yesterday, whereas a wonderful presentation by Praveen today gave us enough feed to introspect on the ways to look at cities and their identities. Dr. Gedam's lecture has been enlightening and reassuring when we know that the executives and us are on the same page. Thank you for reminding us of our role in making right choice and making enough noise. Yes, sir, we do believe Nasik has potential to grow and yet retain its charm, when we work together, especially with the openness you have shown in accepting the ideas from the fraternity. It is a small beginning to the way ahead, which has given us new perspectives to hold on to in this new journey. I hope it will bring more people from all walks of life. Our cities, small big cities or big small cities, emerging cities or tier 2 or 3 cities, if you want to call it that, have multiple aspects that need to be studied, discussed, and maybe acted upon. These aspects are as diverse as the river and the city to education in these cities and everything in between concerning our day-to-day life. As we move forward, one thing I'm very sure of it is this cannot remain a single step in right direction. There have to be many more steps. There is so much more to be discussed, so much more to be studied and discovered about our own city, so many more people to be reached, and so many more of them to be engaged in taking this initiative forward. We are fortunate enough to be citizens of this small city where the distances are shorter and the sense of community deeper. This platform hopes to become a forum to bring in more discussions where we can embrace development while not losing the essence of what makes this city what it is. We intend to have regular and frequent interactions in diverse ways ahead, where we can look at multiple ways to bring people together for the Nasik project. And when I come to this, I must thank the people who have made this Nasik project possible. First of all, I must thank our advisory, Architect Bakir Sir, Architect Ajay Sonar, Architect Nitin Patel, Architect Chandrakant Dhamne, for sparing so much of time and giving all they could while attending meetings at the last hours when they were contacted. All our moderators for asking right questions and making these presentations all the more relevant. Our MOC for the event, you made this event even more engaging by your the way you inserted comments and poems. IA President and the committee for supporting this event. Intact, CRIDI and Triple ID for being our collaborators. I must thank Pawan and Samruddha for their artwork and photographs for the promotion and for the event. I also thank Institute of Engineers for the venue. I thank all the wonderful speakers who agreed to present in this symposium, making it a meaningful and engaging event. The perspectives you have brought in the last 2 days will definitely help all present here to look at our own city. My sincere thanks to Dr. Gedam sir for agreeing to give this keynote talk. Your presence has given a whole new meaning and gravity to the entire symposium and given it a wider, diverse reach. But most of all, I thank all the audience and senior members of the fraternity, people from all walks of the life who joined us to make this a success. Your support matters a lot to us because I believe that as the city grows with the leaders and visionary it produces and other economic factors, and it is built and shaped by designers and executives physically, the spirit of the city comes from the people who inhabit it. So thank you so much. I also thank Architecture Live for being our media partner. Thank you.